the squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by by brick, we shall overcome.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome.
Recording in progress.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
A very warm global namaste to all our viewers from wherever in the world you're connecting to us from. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, and welcome to Healing Our Earth. What a spectacular event we have for you all today, women and self-care. But before we begin this session, why not we bring in a little bit of positivity as we do with every Sunday event that we begin. So I will be saying the Gayatri Mantra 3 times, followed by 3 Loka Samastas. You may wish to hold any affirmation, any prayer, any positive thought within your heart. So let's hold this intention within our heart that our planet heals completely. May peace, happiness, and joy prevail all over the world. And let's sit comfortably and easily now, and let us close our eyes. Let's center ourselves with our eyes closed and take a deep, long breath in. And slowly breathe out. One more deep, long breath in to center ourselves again. And let go. Holding any prayer, positive thought, or affirmation within your heart. Om Bhurbhuva Svaha Tatsavitur Vareniyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimai Diyo Yona Prachodaya. Om Bhurbhuva Svaha Tatsaviturvareniyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bhurbhuva Svaha Tatsaviturvareniyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu. Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu. Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu. May all beings on our planet be happy, healthy, blissful, abundant, and blessed. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Welcome back to those of you who have just hopped on. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening from wherever in the world you're connecting to us from. This is our 179th event at Healing Our Earth. Yes, you heard it right. 179 Sundays of free global online events for you to uplift humanity, to bring everyone together and make life a celebration. And today's event is all about women and self-care. How wonderful is that? And now we're going to begin our session with a very, very empowering and very learned lady by the name of Dr. Rushali Nair. Now, before I bring this spectacular lady on board, I'd like to say a few things about her. Dr. Rushali is a meritorious alumna of the prestigious R.A. Podar Ayurvedic College in Mumbai. She holds a master's degree in Kaya Chikita Ayurvedic Internal Medicine. An ardent Ayurvedic practitioner since 2002, she has trained in a very, very special method of Ravana Nadi Pariksha. Nadi Pariksha is pulse diagnosis, and she has successfully performed more than 700 Nadi Parikshas in 5 years. Dr. Roshali is the founder of the Vedant Clinic, a premium Ayurvedic treatment center in Mumbai itself, which specializes in Panchakarma services for the past 15 years. She has conducted seminars on Ayurveda and spirituality in France and the United Arab Emirates. As humanity struggles to cope with this pandemic, she says, the medical science of Ayurveda shows us the way to boost our immune system, as well as to improve our overall physical and mental fitness and well-being. Using a combination of lifestyle practices, health food, and holistic treatments is what she celebrates. Dr. Vishali has won many, many awards, and we welcome on her aboard today. If you'd like to know more about this very empowering lady, please log on to www.vedangclinic.com. A very, very warm global namaste to you, Dr. Vishali. How are you today? Oh, we need you to unmute yourself, please. You're on mute. If you could unmute yourself, please. There you are. A very warm
Global Namaste. Global Namaste. Thank you, Simaji. Thank you for that lovely introduction. And thank you for having me once again on this lovely platform. I have been part of your group and, going through these lovely messages. And I think this is the biggest platform I have ever seen. People are so active and they are doing so much for social cause. You're, bringing whole world together. And I'm so proud to be part of this beautiful platform.
Thank you so much for your very kind words. We have a wonderful team of very dedicated people here at Healing Our Earth. And of course, our founder and director has this huge vision of bringing the world together and celebrating humanity, diversity, and of course, empowering people and, giving us the space to learn from each other. And also to connect with each other, which has been so wonderful for each and every one of us over here.
Yes, yes.
And Vishaliji, we've seen you after a good 1 year or
1
just
year.
over a year.
Yes. Yeah.
It's so fabulous to have you back, and that too, a special event today, in March 2023, we're talking about women and self-care just after International Women's Day.
Yeah. And I'm so happy because now I'm speaking this women's self-care on international platforms. So far I have been invited to, different programs like 8 March here. Mumbai is all, you see women here in beautiful saris and they're in their best attires. And it's so beautiful. But this platform is giving me opportunity, to share my wisdom of pearls on, especially on Ayurveda and spirituality on this vast platform. So I'm so proud once again.
And we are so proud of you and so honored to have you back today, And as we women celebrate women worldwide, it's so fantastic and wonderful to see women, like you said, in Bombay, dressing up, wearing saris, and celebrating all the colors of womanhood.
Yes.
It's so fantastic. Now, you spoke about Ayurveda and spirituality, And Ayurveda, of course, as we all know, is India's ancient science of life and the sister science to yoga. Now, Ayurveda suggests, for women especially, I'm bringing this topic, relating it mostly to women, but of course, it also applies to men. The seasons are changing now. I believe Mumbai is very hot right now.
Yes. Summer, I think 2 days back, the temperature was 39.
Goodness, and we had snow here in the UK.
Oh, that's so lovely.
So we're a tad jealous of you.
We are jealous of you there.
So Ayurveda suggests, just as the seasons change, and we circle around the sun, so do the phases of our life, right?
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely.
And with these phases of our life, or I'd like to call them the seasons of our life, we have to embrace a lot of changes within our body and our mind.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So can you throw on some more light on how we can embrace these changes? What are the changes that take place? Of course, we go from childhood to puberty, from puberty to adulthood.
Yes, yes. I'm sure. So just before I, start sharing this wisdom on Ayurveda, I have some fundamental questions to everybody. So why this woman self-care? Why suddenly this question is arising that the self-care of women, and why it is not applicable to men? Okay, so this is a very fundamental question that everybody should suddenly ask, because I have seen this Women's Day and all these things since past, I guess, 6 to 7 years, before even when we were young in my college days or even my younger days. We even didn't know what was Women's Day. So now it's so beautiful that women are awakening, and we are looking more at ourselves as an individual, empowering us, and then along with that we are also seeing change in the society. So where is this question coming, where this term coming from, women's self-care? If we go back to our history and our culture and our belief, we must have seen that women have been backbone of every society. She has been giving her all in terms of services, nurturing, every life, every step of life. Okay, the universe itself, if you see the whole origin of universe, the universe itself start with this divine feminine energy called Shakti, and without which, every being is incomplete to take form, every energy is incomplete to take form. So but what is happening in this all journey of nurturing others, being mother, giving childbirth, taking care of society, what is happening? She is unknowingly getting neglected with her own well-being. Okay, and this is where the science of Ayurveda comes in picture, which is existing for past, I don't know if many of you know, it is existing for past 5,000 years. It is the first medical science that came into existence in the universe. So here I'm going to throw light how Ayurveda is going to, help in this women care. So what is the specialty of Ayurveda? The first thing, it has shown this path to make most of human life. Where we are talking about women's self-care, we have to also talk about human life. Now, this path emphasizes on attaining moksha, that is called spiritual salvation. If you have been aware of our, classical text, the main target of human life is to achieve dharma, artha, kama, and moksha, the 4 stages of human life. And Ayurveda always says that Shariram Adyam Khalu Dharma Sadhanam, means the first duty of every human being is first towards your own body. It's very important. So Ayurveda starts with empowering each and every woman, and it has given many tools, including panchakarma, including medicine, including herbs, including mantra, even stones. I mean, mantra, money, and aushad, these 3 tools are emphasized by Ayurveda for the healing procedures. Even 5,000 years back, when the herbs were not found, the healing used to happen through mantras. Okay, so of course, what I have done in my presentation right now is I have divided into 3 parts. The whole presentation is divided into 3 parts. As you rightly said, that we go through various seasons. So I have divided into 3 parts: childhood till what in medical term is called as menarche, puberty, and then from puberty till we hit menopause, and then from menopause onwards. Okay, so I'll start sharing screen. Before that, I would like to, just give few idea. I'm sure everybody now knows about what Ayurveda is, but I would like to give my own idea of Ayurveda is, and roughly, because there's so much of confusion and misunderstanding about Ayurveda and Ayurvedic therapies. So I just want to say that first, understand how Ayurveda works. So the first fundamental of Ayurveda is Ayurveda works with nature. Now, what that mean? All of you might have seen in your childhood, when you fall sick, what would happen? Your mother would not give you medicine. What she would tell you, eat something light and go to sleep. And you are fine. Next day, you will be able to go to sleep soon. So she will give you a lot of cuddling and love. She'll take you in your lap and she'll give you some light food like khichdi or soup or kanji or something like that. And next day, you're fine. That's what exactly is Ayurveda. So Ayurveda teaches you to align your energy with nature. Number two, it is also a spiritual science. Now, what do you mean by spiritual science? It doesn't mean you have to close your eyes and just keep doing mantra chanting. The spirituality in Ayurveda means that everybody is trained to take the responsibility of their physical entity, their mental entity, and their spiritual entity. So you are taking complete responsibility of what is happening in your body, what thoughts and emotions you're going through, and what's happening on subtle level, that is on spiritual level. So that is why, if you can see my presentation, I have mentioned here awakening of Shakti. My first slide is women's self-care Ayurveda perspective is awakening your Shakti, because without Shakti, nothing is going to come into existence. Whether it is human being or animal or tree, we always need those two energy, the feminine and masculine energy, which plays in harmony in the whole universe. So once the Shakti is awakened within you, once you are taking a lot of responsibility of your body, mind, and spiritual energies, then the journey becomes fine. So this women care is actually not limited only for women, it's actually for everyone. I would say everybody should join and take these tips, because some of the tips are very common for everybody. But let me begin. So the first slide is not moving. Yes. Now, I have already said why women's self-care. I have already mentioned what is invoking Shakti within, and I have already mentioned the role of Ayurveda in self. Now here, as I have told in the beginning, let us start with what's happening with, female child before menarche and how to take care of her upbringing. So mostly I have divided again into, three subtitle: body care, mind care, and then herbal and food care. All the tips I will be giving. So number one, please encourage, your child to be physically active. What happened? We restrict a lot of, this women and young children, don't do this, don't do this, don't do this. There are a lot of don't. But eventually it is important for her to understand physically active. Now, what happens when you're physically active? The mind is fresh. Number two, it helps in development of hormones. And again, it helps in development of especially bone and skin. Because when you're playing, when you're physically active, you're taking sun's energy. When you're taking sun's energy, now everybody is very well aware of vitamin D3 and calcium, how bone health is very, very important. See, these days I don't see girls playing. In our childhood, in our school days, we used to have this compulsory physical training class, and we would forget everything, all the stress, all the homework, all the studies, and go and play for 45 minutes, get ourselves dirtied with that mud, that soil. That connection with that soil and earth is very, very important. Now, next is teach them importance of sunshine and waking early. It's again, apart from vitamin D and whole this calcium, big hue and cry about it, we have to train them why sun is so important. See, in universe, there are main two energies that we require all the time. One is the energy of sun, and second is your food. Of course, breath is there, prana is there, but that we are already having it. We are already breathing 24/7. But when we don't soak ourselves in the sun, we are depriving ourselves from that energy of the sun. And I think people who are living in Western countries might have seen that when there is no sunshine for days and days, and during winters, it does take toll on your mental health. You do start feeling emotionally low. And even number of people with the cases of depression is more in Western countries. So please train your girl child to wake up with sunshine, wake up early. Okay. Number 3, train her into science of nutrition. What is happening? Previously, we used to have the concept of joint family, and whatever our daddies and nannies used to eat, the same thing was served. Now that we have the small families, and sometimes there is only single child, then the child is pampered. But it is important, especially for girl, to understand the science of nutrition. She must know, she must be aware of what she is giving to her system. Please don't give junk to girl child. I mean, I would say for everybody, but here, since we are talking about women's health, and she is also going to be a future mother, it is important that her nourishment is taken care. So don't encourage. At the most, you can put some restrictions, maybe once in month or twice in month, but please, please, please encourage her to have homemade food. Number 4, of course, personal hygiene. I think everybody is aware of taking care of personal hygiene, because again, she is looked up to in a society. And of course, I think, I personally feel that women are judged more than men. So it's important that she is very well trained into personal hygiene. Now, oiling of head and body. This is something that Ayurveda emphasizes a lot. Okay. Oiling is not only for the conditioning of skin, but also for her muscle development. Because when you are undergoing that process of oiling, there is passive exercise happening. The circulation is taking care. So it is important that once in a week, at least, I would suggest that you must take this oil massage. Even if you don't call masseur, just train her to apply oil. It can be any basic oil like til oil, or even olive oil is supposed to be a good skin conditioner. Til oil or sesame oil is the best. But of course, or since you're living in Western country, you may choose olive oil over til oil. Okay. Now, last and the most important is oil pulling and nasyam for strong sense organs. Sense organs, these days we see, children having spectacles at very early age. They are having, some hearing problem. Some children have not developed the, sense of taste. So in all these cases, the oil pulling, now, you know what oil pulling is, but still I will elaborate. Take any single oil. It can be til oil, basically til oil, or if ghee. Just pull it, just drink that oil and do not allow it to go down to your throat. Hold the oil in your mouth just for a few seconds, or till you start getting tears from your eyes. That is called oil pulling. And then later on, spit out that oil. This has to be done at least 2 to 3 times in a day, especially in the morning. Now, second therapy I would like to emphasize is also nasyam. Nasyam is very, very simple therapy. Again, take plain sesame oil, til oil, and put it in the nostril and massage the inner walls of the nostril. So what happens when you are getting exposed to outside pollution? There is a barrier that is naturally created in the inner walls of the nostril. That is number 1. Number 2, Ayurveda says that nasyam also opens the door of brain and other sense organs, especially eyes and ears. So all the sense organs and the whole nervous system is lubricated. So I have seen in many girl child that whoever is doing regular nasyams, they are, they have been staying away from spectacles since till a very late age. In fact, Even the plus 40 spectacles, they get it little late. So previously we used to, have, especially you can do Nasyam in the night before going to bed, because it can also promote good and calm sleep. Okay. So next is, now here again, mind and spiritual care. Now everybody would ask, what spiritual care for children? But again, if you see every family, now here I'm not particularly talking about any caste, creed, and religion, but mantra chanting is something that you can teach children from a very, very young age for their mental well-being. Now, the research has done and it is proven that Gayatri mantra has direct impact on intellect. So children who have been reciting Gayatri mantra, it can be just 21 times, it can be 51 times, or it can be just 11 times once in a day. Their intellectual faculty and cognitive faculty opens up. Enough research has been done. So that is why, or you can chant any mantra that has been going on in your family since decade. The prayers are important. Number two, introduction of self-respect and dignity. This is very, very important. See, I must say here that children learn not by hearing, they learn by observing. So the atmosphere in the house, how the ladies are treated in the house, whether it is your mother or aunt or grandmother, how they're treated, a child is all the time observing that. So no matter what philosophy you teach them, they are not going to listen. What they want to listen is what's the atmosphere in the house. So it is important that when you're teaching a girl child the self-respect and dignity, it is also important same time that all the women in the family are also treated, with respect and dignity. Teaching compassion, love, and sharing. This is something that I'm sorry to say, but I don't see this in teenager. So this is again applicable for boys and girls both. We are losing. Now, why especially for compassion, love, and sharing? Because that is a core feminine quality. If you see, as I have spoken in the beginning, that there are two energies in the universe, masculine and feminine. If you see masculine energy, or you see any male animal in the universe, they're outwardly, the lion will have mane, the peacock will have its feather to attract. But feminine energy is more about loving and sharing and compassion and understanding, putting ourselves in different shoe. Even these days in corporate world, where female bosses, where there are female bosses or female CEOs, companies flourishing. The greatest example is PepsiCo, where where woman is supposed to understand their male colleagues with more compassion, because they are supposed to understand more and supposed to share problems, supposed to talk where you feel comfortable talking to them. Now here again, I would like to say this daily rituals are again important. Now, these daily rituals are just not ritual, but they are also form of introducing discipline. You see in Indian family, when there is a sunset, there is this ritual of lighting lamp. So this is again a discipline. So child knows that this is a time where I have to go back home and I have to light the lamp and I have to do my prayers and I have to again come back and connect with the family. So many people, they take rituals as just a ritual and nothing is going to happen. But no, the rituals actually are the way to connect with your family, having that beautiful bond. Because evening time, again, Ayurveda, of course I'm going to talk about dinacharya. Evening time is again what in Ayurveda is known as Vayu time, where we are flooded with emotions, we have past memories coming back. You might have seen, especially in young women or menopausal female who are going through this menopausal syndrome, between 5 and 7 they start feeling little low on emotion. So that is why we have this ritual of coming back home, lighting lamp, or say a incense stick, or even prayers before having food. I think every caste, creed, and religion has this habit of praying before consuming food, especially dinners. Okay, so this is again has to be introduced at a very early stage of life. Now, the most important is food and herbal care. I think by now everybody knows about the importance of nutrition, but still I would like to, give some tips about certain herbs. The biggest herb for feminine energy is Shatavari Gulam. There's a herb called Shatavari Gulam, Shatavari, and Gulam is a concept of it's like Chavanprash, where you can just introduce half teaspoon every day for your girl child. This nourishes the reproductive system. This nourishes especially uterus. These days we are seeing there are rampant issues like PCOS is there, and blah blah blah. There are a lot of gynecological issues. So if you start introducing Shatavari Gulam instead of Chavanprash, what everybody does, they just grab Chavanprash for energy and vitamin C. But especially for your girl child, if you introduce Shatavari Gulam, just half teaspoon every day in the morning. If she likes milk, nothing like it, give it along with milk. This will start nourishing her tissue and reproductive organ. Number 2 is Rasayan Churna. So there are certain herbs which are together known as Rasayan. One is Gudichi, Tinospora cardifolia, which suddenly got popular in COVID area because it is immunomodular. That is number 2. Number 2 is amalki, that is our Indian gooseberry, avla. So all these medicines come together as Rasayan Churna. So Rasayan Churna is very easily available at any Ayurvedic medical store, or it is available even without doctor's prescription. So what you can do about Rasayan Churna, you can just add again half teaspoon of Rasayan Churna in 1 glass of water and drink it before going to bed. Okay, your system will be loaded with vitamin C. That is number 1. Number 2, your immunity will become great. Number 3, it will start giving luster to your skin, because amla is proven, again the research has been done, and amla is proven to give a beautiful skin luster. So if you want your girl child to have this beautiful skin without hitting acne, especially during her puberty, you can introduce Rasayan Churna. And number 3, this licorice, again a very very popular herb, Yashti Madhu, which is in Ayurveda that is known in Yashti Madhu. Nothing much. You get those small sticks of Yashti Madhu raw herb. Just put it in your mouth and just chew it like a chewing gum, and then once the juices are sucked, throw it out. So the biggest beauty of licorice, it works on your vocal cord. Seema ji, you have lovely voice. I always think about your voice. So if you can recommend this by giving your own example. This licorice is gives that beautiful, this feminine pitch to every woman.
Very kind words, Vishali ji. Actually, I was just thinking, should I run upstairs and get the Yashti Madhu down? But I don't know where I put it. We do have a lot of licorice in our home, and I drink a lot of licorice tea as well.
Yes. So licorice is again rejuvenator. It is also hepatomodular, and it works specially on your vocal cord. So people who are struggling even with speech in childhood, they can just chew this licorice.
I may be jumping the gun here, and I know we've still got this PowerPoint presentation, but I know you also talk about the chakras,
Yes.
within the body. So let's say, for example, if someone's throat chakra is blocked and they get a lot of sore throats or some congestion in their throats. So licorice would be Yashti Madhu, as we call it, in Ayurveda, would be the perfect herb to implement, right?
Along with that, what you can do is you can add a little bit of Sitopaladi Churna, because Sitopaladi Churna has some spices in it which can actually break the blockage. See, Yashti Madhu is a very soft herb. Of course, it works on vocal cord, but when you're talking about blockaging of chakra, especially Vishuddha chakra, which is also taken as a seat of emotion and seat of expression, So Sitopaladi and the combination of Sitopaladi and Yashtimadu 1:1 ratio works wonder for opening this Vishuddha chakra.
May I ask a question here? The licorice, the tasir, the taste, is it sweet?
Yes, Sitopaladi is sweet.
And how about licorice? Is that sweet or astringent?
Licorice is also very, very sweet, very palatable.
Sweet. Okay. Yeah.
So that is why you can even give in to children, because they hesitate to take this bitter.
Right. That's why I'm asking, because
Yes,
children,
yes, yes.
it's strong, I don't like it.
And it's very
just
safe.
thinking through the mind of a child, it's
Yes,
too
yes. And it's
strong,
very
it doesn't
safe.
taste nice.
Yes, it's very, very safe. Also, no side effect. I have even given to newborn children who have been having this cough and cold congestion. Just few half pinch. You mix it a little bit with honey so that it becomes more swallowable, because babies can't swallow sometimes.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you can just mix it a little bit with honey. Honey is again a brilliant bronchodilator. So this combination of Sitopaladi and Yashtimadu and mixed with little honey actually opens up Vishuddha chakra.
Fantastic. I know, I wish you were around a lot earlier when I was a child growing up, because it's all so much valuable information, especially for all the mothers out there who are watching right now, and fathers, of course, all the parents,
Yeah.
bringing all these, these ancient remedies into our daily life, into our modern
Yes.
life, can make such a huge difference. You spoke about playing outdoors and sunshine. Something so simple. I grew up in Africa, and I grew up like that, playing outdoors in the sun, in the mud, all dirty. And my mom
Yes.
would just pick us up and put us into the bath straight
Today's
after the
girl, they don't
playtime.
even know how soil feels. They don't have that connection with Mother Earth, where our feminine energy is coming from Mother Earth.
This is where I feel technology is taking over and breaking that that connection of going back to basics.
Yes.
Yes. And do you feel on a personal level? I know you want to go on with this PowerPoint
No, please,
presentation,
please.
which is so powerful. This disconnection with nature that we are experiencing in today's modern generation, and they're more connected to technology rather than with nature and with the soil, is creating more havoc in their minds.
Absolutely.
Perhaps a lack of immunity, weaker bodies,
Absolutely.
a different mindset altogether, would you say?
More than that, I notice that they are forgetting to fight. Because when you are in soil, there are so many ways. Today's girls do not know how to get wet in the rain. In our younger days, when we used to walk on Marine Drive, we used to throw an umbrella deliberately to feel that rain.
Yes.
Today's girls do not know that. They are all the time scared of something. They will feel that they'll fall sick. And of course, to a large extent, parents are also equally responsible.
Right.
It's okay if your child falls sick. It's okay. She will recover later. It will take 4 to 5 days. It's okay if she misses school. It's a hell loose break. And they make a hue and cry. Everything has become so competitive that we are losing in touch with nature.
Do you feel that's the same for now? You live, of course, in urban India. You live in Bombay, which is, of course, a hectic city. I've lived in Bombay, Delhi as well. Urban India, but you feel in rural India that connection is still there in the villages with children.
Yes.
They still go out and play. The farmers' children still have that connection with nature and soil. They're playing out. They dance, like we say, playing out in the soil and dancing in the rain.
I think it can be very much applicable in urban. See, I'm completely born and brought up in Mumbai, but we used to go on our terraces to enjoy rain.
Right.
We used to go to all these gardens to play. So all those things were encouraged by our parents. We were never stopped from doing certain activities, whether it is getting wet in the rain, or whether it is celebrating Holi, getting wet. There was no issue at all. But today there are too many restrictions. That is why I have mentioned this next point is avoid overnourishment. Because parents
Ah,
are all the time insecure. They feel that she will have this deficiency, she will have that deficiency. They will start introducing this mineral tablets and multivitamin tablets since a very young age.
it's interesting you said this because as a mother and go reflecting back to my earlier conversations, of course, my daughters are quite grown up now by God's grace. Uh, I would have discussions with other mothers, and first thing we would say is, how are they growing? What do you worry about the most? Oh, they don't eat properly. My children don't eat properly. Or they don't study enough.
Hmm, hmm, hmm.
These are the two topics,
They
we'd like
themselves do not know the definition of enough.
eggs.
That's what I mentioned
Interesting.
in the beginning, that parents are full with no. Everything is no. But if you ask them what is right, that they do not know. Don't do this, don't do this, don't make friends, don't study with that friend. It's full of don'ts.
But that don't limits the capacity of the child because
Yes.
we're putting so many no's. Actually, we want our children to be thinkers, speakers, confident,
Hmm.
strong,
Hmm.
bold. We want them to rise and excel. But we
Yeah.
bring them with such a no mindset. You
Yes.
can't do this, you shouldn't do this, don't do this, don't do that. How do we expect them to feel expanded?
You are actually killing their intellect. You're actually killing their sense of perception. See, if you see girl child, they're very perceptive and intuitive.
Right.
If you're a working woman and if you come back in the evening and you have a girl child at home, she will look at your face and tell you how was your day.
Oh, yes. She'll know that mommy's tired
Yes.
or papa's
So
tired.
girl child are more perceptive and more intuitive, and they are all the time observing you. They are dependent on their mother's energy till certain age, at least till the age of 16 or 18. Of course, today's girls are going very faster. But if you see like my generation or your generation, we were dependent on our mother's energy till 40.
Yes.
Yes. So that is why this overnourishment has to stop. Please stop loading your children with multivitamins and mineral tablets and overfeeding them. It's okay for 2 days if they don't eat anything. It's okay if you give them only khichdi. It is okay if they want to just have soup and sleep. It's absolutely fine.
Right.
Yeah.
I agree. I agree. Um, the other thing,
Plus, yeah. Ask
the
me.
other thing is, I don't want to add is a lot of mothers these days are working mothers.
Yes.
When we look back at my time when I was growing up, my mom was not working. She
Hmm.
was home. She was there for the children, for her husband, running the house, looking after in-laws, looking after family, and everything. But these days, the mindset of the modern woman is she's working.
Hmm.
So a lot of this, the time taken in work actually takes away, I feel, from the upbringing of a child,
Hmm.
a girl child or boy child in that aspect. Since that time is limited, so attention to nourishment and their overall well-being is also limited to a certain extent.
Another problem is happening since you are talking about working women, and this is what I am noticing all over the world, because I have clients from all over the world. Mother is working, she is tired, she doesn't want to cook. Take
Mhm.
money, go and eat from outside.
Yes.
It's like this. It's so easy for them. So to a large extent, I actually blame mother and not the child, because the child do not know, they don't understand the difference between right
Right.
and wrong. What they understand is only the taste,
And this
something
is
that they want
creating
to. Yeah, I'm tired today, I'm coming home late today, please go and have pizza.
huge issues in childhood obesity.
Yes, huge issue in childhood obesity. The other day, I was invited to give a speech in a college, junior college, 11th and 12th standard girls. They were, I feel so bad to say, but they were seriously obese.
Right.
And we used to be lanky. We used to be running around, jumping around, and
Jumping around and
these girls are seriously obese. And I was like, what? Because credit goes to junk food. Thanks to mothers. Thanks to this comfort.
yeah, I guess, okay, I'm not home, there's no dinner cooked, you can order out.
Yes, yes, it's easy.
Get a pizza.
Then it's also has become a fashion statement, to order your food from outside or having outside food. Again, I'm going to talk about it, the importance of kitchen. So let me proceed further, because then
Sure,
we'll
sure.
be missing
There's so much. It's so interesting.
yes.
I can't stop myself.
Yes, we will talk. Then again, this traditional foods, the importance of healthy fats like ghee and milk is going away, vanishing from our kitchen. Ghee actually lubricates the gut. It also responsible for maintaining the lubrication of reproductive system. Number two. Number three, ghee is also responsible for the development of the brain, because our brain is 90% fat and it needs healthy fat to get developed. So please introduce your girl children to ghee and milk. If they don't like it, mix Boost, Bonvita, whatever, but encourage them to have milk. These days you get that, steroid free milk, and just check A2 milk and start introducing milk and ghee to your girl child. Number three, sattvic food is very, very important. Please introduce once in a week. They should be either fasting or they should be having only sattvic food like fruits, milk, almond, dry fruits. So one day, please, keep only sattvic food. At least one meal in the week, especially lunches, should be sattvic food. Okay, this is important. So I'm shifting to my next slide. Now, here we are talking about young women body care. Now, here the first important is follow daily regime, strictly dinacharya. Ayurveda emphasize a lot. See, Ayurveda is not only a medical science, it has two aspects, the preventive aspect and the curative aspect. So when we follow dinacharya, we are actually talking about the preventive aspect. And Ayurveda is the only medical science which has spoken about preventive aspect. If you see any other services, if you see policemen, what's their duty? To prevent crime. But here, how many doctors are actually preventing diseases? Ayurveda is the only medical science that has thought about this preventive measures 5,000 years back in form of dinacharya. So as I have mentioned about aligning your energy with nature, what happens when we are following dinacharya, waking up early, waking up with sunrise? Ayurveda has given rituals after waking up. It never says you wake up and start eating. There are rituals. There is this ritual of bath, there is ritual of massages, there is this ritual of applying body scrub, there is this ritual of oil pulling in the morning. So in a whole, it takes around 2.5 hours to just follow those rituals. And then after that, it has mentioned you should take your first meal of the day. So ideally what Ayurveda says is after waking up, you should be taking your first meal after 2 to 3 hours. Don't be in hurry. Today's nutritionist may advise you to take food, within first half an hour. Ayurveda do not endorse that. It says go as per your digestive fire, go as per your Agni. Only eat food only when your body asks for it, and just don't treat your body as a car where you fill in petrol as and when you wish. Second thing is taking adequate rest during menstruation. This practice is again vanishing even in Indian continent. I don't know how many of you know, but those days when women used uh, to be menstruating, she was advised, to stay a little away from family. The whole idea was, to give rest to her reproductive system. See, what is menstruation? The body is actually throwing unwanted energy. And in that, what are we doing? We are running around, we are jumping around, we are cooking, we are doing cleaning. I have even seen women going for gyms, doing yogas, taking, heavy loads of, office work and clearing all the files. I always ask women to take rest for 3 days. Please keep your vacation, please keep your holiday days for those, those 3 days. Take complete rest. If complete rest is not possible, at least slow down. Avoid taking any physically or mentally strenuous job. What happens? The reproductive system gets rejuvenated faster. Now, if I have to talk about the subtle aspect of Ayurveda, Ayurveda says that for a woman, her uterus is like a power bank. We are all the time taking energy from our uterus. So it is very important to keep it rejuvenated, to maintain the cycle of ovulation, especially, and menstruation. Even the concept of post childbirth, a lot of Western countries are emphasizing on 3 months rest, and which is beautiful. But even in Indian continent, if we have seen post childbirth, there's this compulsory holiday for say at least 6 weeks, which is again wonderful, which allows the uterus to come back in its shape and its function. Number three, please go for regular cleansing with classical Ayurveda methods like Panchakarma. Panchakarma is again known as Shodhana Chikitsa, which is like cleansing treatments. Now, when the Ayurveda is talking about cleansing, it is not only talking about cleansing of body, but it is also talking about cleansing of mind and emotion. There are powerful therapies like medicated enema or vamanam, which is inducing of vomiting with certain herbs, or virechana, where there is, they induce certain herbs and you start forgetting 7 to 8 times in a day. You see the emotions are also going out. What happens when 2 days we are constipated? The mind starts going haywire, you lose focus, you start feeling irritated. And the moment we pass motion, we feel fresh. So there is this flow of energy, there is this balance of energy from down to up and up to down. Now, the whole pelvic area below umbilicus is taken as apana kshetra, where all unwanted things are thrown out of the body. It's not only the urine and stool and menstrual fluid and semen, but it also emotion. That's the only way body functions. So it is important once in a year, please go for regular cleansing through either a classical beautiful methods in Panchakarma. So your Ayurvedic doctor will understand your prakriti, your body constitution, and your current health issues, and will advise Panchakarma. Okay, the next is Abhyangam and scrub for radiant skin. Again, I emphasize a lot on Abhyangam. Abhyangam or body massage should be done for at least 45 minutes, followed by steam. It is important because if oil stays on your skin, it can clog pores. That is why the scrub is also encouraged after Abhyangams. In many Ayurvedic centers, they encourage scrub again to remove dead cells, but it also mobilizes the fat. Okay. Number three, scrubbing improves lymphatic circulation. See, there are two things circulating in our body, the blood and the lymph. Lymphatic circulation is very, very important, especially for women, because the breast is a seat of largest lymph node. And the lymphatic circulation is directly connected with your thoughts and emotion and stress. That is why this cases of blood cancer, PCOS, cancer of ovaries has become so rampant, because we are not flushing out our emotions, we are not flushing out our thoughts. Ayurveda has emphasized that once in a week, go and take abhyangams and scrub so that your lymphatic circulation is improved. If massages are not possible, then at least take head massages once in a week. There is this powerful therapy called Pichu, which is done on a marma point on a head. If you take our forehead and if you take like 3 fingers, 3, 3, 6, 9, and the 10th point is a powerful marma point. Okay, so what happens in Pichu? Just dip the cotton pad. Yeah, 3 fingers, 3, 3, 9, and 10th. The 10th is your marma point. If you touch it, it will be hot. Just touch and see. It's hot all the time. that is an indication of prana, life force. So what you can do is just dip, a square shaped cotton pad, maybe 3 inches by 3 inches. Dip it in any medicated oil or olive oil or till oil again, and keep it on your head in the morning before going for bath. Just keep it for 15 to 20 minutes and leave it and go and take shower. This pichu will keep this marma point active. Number two, it calms the nerves that is getting generated from your brain. So you feel completely relaxed. So at least do this pichu therapy. It is a proven therapy for stress and anxiety. Most importantly, practice regular sleep pattern. Please understand, as your body has patterns of hunger. See, you might have noticed that early morning we feel hungry. Then afternoon, when the sun is at its peak, we feel hungry. Then at sunset, we feel hungry. Like that, our sleep also has a certain cycle. It has certain pattern. One day that pattern is broken, for the next 2 to 3 days, your sleep is gone for toss. So please make sure that you maintain a certain sleep cycle or certain sleep pattern. I know it is little difficult if you're staying in a city like London and Mumbai, but I would say once in a while it's okay. But first, make sure that your system is on the track. Once your system is on the track, then once in a while, once in fortnight, it's okay if you have late nights. But please make sure that first your body is aligned properly with nature. Okay. Again, what women do is they are not keeping watch on their bodily discharges. They don't understand what is going wrong. So here it is important that they keep a watch on their bodily discharges, not only menstruation, but other discharges, including your sweat, including your urine. Some women also struggle with, white discharges, uterine discharges throughout their life, and they feel it's okay. It's not okay. The white discharge is actually indication of high stress, and it actually saps your energy. So please, if you have that, immediately go and see your Ayurvedic doctor, or and have yourself examined. It's very, very important. Now, and the last and the most important is regular self-examination of breast, because we take so many things for granted. We forget about this regular examination of breast. As I have mentioned, that breast are the largest seat of lymph node. It is important that we keep watch on the breast, especially the shape and the size. If there are any discharges, it has to be noted every day, at least once in a week. Stand in front of mirror and examine yourself. Okay. The next is on mind and spiritual care. Very, very important again, because here we are growing up, the life challenges are increasing. Women are, getting married. Some are even planning to start their family. So it is important, to stay fit on mental and spiritual level. Most importantly, what you have to do for your mind, practice pranayam. Now every day, this is again very easy these days. There are so many videos, so you can even have self train. But pranayama helps you to gain control over your thoughts and emotion, because these days women are fighting. They are standing next to men and they are taking part very actively in every course. In every means every course, we are actually choosing to stand with men. So of course you should be also ready to take that level of stress. The men are taking so much of stress. If you want to stand there in the field, it is important, because we are women are more emotionally driven, and sometimes there is a possibility that we may take decision based on emotion, which can be detrimental in future. So it is important that you practice regular pranayam, at least 15 to 20 minutes every day for 5 days a week. Pranayama or mantra chanting, breathing technique is important. Understand the connection between emotions and organs. Please understand, soft organs, including uterus, is related with different emotion. Ayurveda clearly says that 80% of the diseases are happening only because of wrong emotion. Say, for example, liver is connected with anger. Lung and heart is connected with sadness. Your gut is related with fear, and the uterus is a fireplace. So we are actually have enough fire element in our system. Okay. Third is stress is understand what stress is. Stress is nothing but the absence of harmony within. Very important to understand this definition of stress. We are all the time, oh, I'm stressed, oh, I'm stressed, I'm stressed. What do you mean by your stress? It is an indication that you do not have peace within, you do not have harmony within. So first look, before looking at the stress, first look inside you. See what are the factors that is disturbing the harmony inside you. And that is why you have to practice detachment. I'm talking about detachment, especially post-menopausal phase, but this should begin at a very, very early age. It is very important that women should stop comparing themselves with others, because when we compare ourselves with others, we are naturally putting ourselves on lower pedestal. So please get that self-respect and sense of dignity from childhood. Stop comparing yourself with others, because that will only work on your mental health. Practice empowering others and nurturing. As I have mentioned in my previous slide, that we have to develop the sense of compassion. In your younger age, you have to start empowering, start supporting and nurturing everybody around you emotionally, physically, and mentally. Most importantly, next is find your identity and develop rational thinking. Most of the women lack this quality. Whether they are housewife, if they are housewife, they are not satisfied because they are doing job. If they are doing job, they are not satisfied because they don't have enough time for family. So there is this element of unsatisfaction everywhere. The working woman will think that, housewife is so lucky. Housewife will think that a working woman is the same. But actually, both roles are equally challenging. And please understand that woman is mother till eternity. Whether we have physically given birth to child, but that sense of mothering, that sense of self-care and nurturing comes naturally to us. The only thing we have to do is to nurture it. So for that, you have to develop rational thinking. That's why I have mentioned in my slide that every woman is a mother. Mother, what is mother? Epitome of unconditional love. It's nothing but unconditional love. You're not putting condition before loving everybody. Very important. And self-acceptance. Again, I have mentioned that here we are all the time comparing. So please accept what you are. Please understand that everybody's journey is unique. Only with this understanding of everybody's journey is unique, the element of self-acceptance will come. So the next slide, I'm moving to my next slide. Next is young women, food and herbal care. Now, food we have already spoken about, food, but at this age, it's okay if you can start some multivitamin, or especially minerals is important for estrogen development. Again, you can't ignore shatavari. So here you can have either shatavari gulam or shatavari powder with milk. Aloe vera, known as Kumari in Ayurveda, is again biggest friend of women. Kumari is known as biggest friend of women. So you can either have aloe vera juices sometime, or if not, Kumari Asav is very popularly available, very easily available at all medical store. So once in a while, keep taking the course of Kumari Asav. Cumin, jeera is again a wonderful uterine tonic. So I ask all my lady clients to keep taking jeera water. At least start your day with jeera water. Take pinch of jeera, add it in half a liter of water. Bring a soft boil, allow it to cool, and drink first thing in the morning. So have at least jeera water, 2 glasses of jeera water every day. This will start giving nourishment to the uterus. Number 2, understanding biological clock. I have already spoken about dinacharya, the importance of dinacharya. Now, the biological clock is again based on the circulation of Vata, Pitta, Kapha in our body, in our nature, in various stages of life. So please have an understanding of biological clock. Please have an understanding that why you're feeling low in the evening. You have to understand that your sleep pattern should be taken care of. Please understanding biological clock means understanding your hunger and understanding your natural things that is happening in the body, especially sleep.
Dr.
First,
Roshari, Dr. Roshari, we do have only about 5 minutes more.
yes.
Yeah.
So I'm just going faster. The last thing.
Thank you. Thank
Yes. So strictly avoidance of alcohol and smoking. And here I would like to emphasize on importance of traditional food. As I have mentioned in my previous slides also, that traditional foods are very, very important. In Ayurveda, there is this concept called Deshaka Satmya, Kala Satmya. It means you eat as per your geographical position and you eat as per the time. So it is important. And home cooking is again very, very important. Understanding the energy. Now, menopause, I'll quickly run through what's happening in menopause. You're going through this roller coaster ride of hormone. Please don't make big hue and cry about hormone. We have never seen our mothers and grandmothers, crying about this menopause. They would start their periods and their periods would end and they would be the same. So embrace this gracefully. Embrace your aging very, very gracefully. Don't start unnecessarily any new things in form of food or exercise. No, I have got now all the time in the world because your husband is settled and children are settled. So I'll start joining gym, and please don't do this. Just do this brisk walk. Watch again watch again your hot flushes. There are possibilities of frequent UTI, urinary tract infection, that happens in menopause. So you can try barley water. Nasyam is again a great remedy for sleep and hot flushes. Weight gain happens in menopause because that is natural phenomena. For the development of estrogen and the balance of estrogen, we need certain fats in body. So body naturally grow the fat cells. So it's okay if you gain weight. Weight gain can be easily controlled once menopause takes place. So don't worry about it. Hair loss is again very, very common at menopause stage. Head massage and pichu therapy, which I have mentioned before, is very important. Practice quick naps in afternoon. Ayurveda has given very significance to this quick naps in the afternoon. So menopausal stage, quick naps rejuvenate you throughout the day. So it's important. Next slide is mental and spiritual care. Again, a pranayama for anxiety and panic attack, practicing letting go and detachment. Keep yourself occupied. Use your wisdom for social cause. And chanting Om or other mantra can also help. Regular reading of Srimad Bhagavad Gita is again very important to maintain the vibes of your immediate environment and experience of peace within with the help of meditation. In food and herbal care, I would mention about introduction of complex carbs like jawar bajra. There is something called samai rice or known as wari chawal, very, very important. Avoid food that causes inflammation, especially sour foods and curds, preserved foods. Please avoid those foods, especially during menopausal, because many women have this tendency of having water retention during menopause. So this food can trigger any inflammatory diseases. So please stay away. Also avoid irritant foods, irritant vegetables like brinjal and peppers. Ayurveda do not recommend that because that immediately vitiate pitta in the body. There are two herbs I would quickly run through. One is jatamansi. Again, a very, very proven herb for water retention and anxiety. And the second herb is ashwagandha, very, very popular again, but many people do not know that it is also a fantastic mood elevator. Ashwagandha is fantastic mood elevator. People take ashwagandha for sleep, but more than sleep, it helps in this menopausal phase when you're going through, this low emotions and challenging time. So here I have quickly, I'm sorry, I had to, because the topic is so vast, I had to run through. If anybody has questions,
This is so wonderful, Roshali ji, and it's been so detailed and such in-depth knowledge. Of course, I always say you are such an expert, and your passion shines through so bright with your knowledge on Ayurveda. I'm sure a lot of people will have a lot of questions, and we will be having a panel discussion later on, which I invite you to stay on for with us if possible. I do know it is late in India.
It's late.
However,
It's the dinner time.
I would like to say that those of you who would like to reach out to Dr. Roshali, her contact details are here. As you can
Yeah,
see,
please.
our number is +919769999821 and www.vedantclinic.com. What an in-depth, detailed presentation you've given us. Thank you so much for today.
You can also mail me on vedantclinic@gmail.com. I forgot to mention my email address. So my mobile is all the time on and email is all the time on. So any issues, I'm there to help all the time.
That's wonderful. I thank you so much. And as you know, Dr. Roshali, I met you a year back, or maybe over a year back, right? We were introduced by someone in Hong Kong.
Yes, much before that.
And your expertise and your knowledge is so in depth. I'm just taken aback. I have one quick question, two very quick questions for you.
Yes.
Is when you spoke about sleep, do you advocate Padabhyanga, which is the massage of your feet at night?
Yeah, you can try that. Padabhyanga is again a wonderful practice that you can do, to get into a good night's sleep. Very, very important. The oil that you can use is either Narayan oil. There is something called Narayan oil for Padabhyanga, or you can also use til oil for Padabhyanga. I have written a very brief article on Padabhyanga. If you go log on my website, I have written a detail how Padabhyanga should be done, in what manner, and what are the practices for Padabhyanga and protocols. See, because Ayurvedic therapies have certain restrictions. People need to understand those restrictions and go ahead with therapies.
Right. And one more thing I wanted to say before we go and move on to our next guest is, we spoke about Pichu, the Ayurvedic therapy of Pichu and stress-related Pichu. And this brings me to, I'm going to be bold enough to say Yoni Pichu, especially when women are expecting.
Yes.
Is this a practice you advocate, for women before their deliveries?
Before delivery, especially when they're in labor pain, it won't help much. But it helps for that anxiety, because many women, they develop this anxiety before their labor time, especially in the last trimester. So in last trimester, and since it is non-invasive therapy, it can easily be practiced. So Pichu should be properly done. In that case, I would say at least do Pichu for 30 to 40 minutes. And then it should be followed by gentle head and neck massage for the complete relaxation. So they will not face this anxiety.
This is just so fantastic, the amount of knowledge and wisdom you've given us. I really, really want to thank you for being with us, Dr. Roshali. Stay blessed always, and Global Namaste. And now we have a wonderful lady. We're traveling all the way to Egypt today with Healing Our Earth. I'd like to welcome Dipti Kataria, who's going to speak on emotional and mental self-care. But before I bring this wonderful lady on board, I'd like to say a few words. Dipti is an electrical engineering graduate and is the first female president of the Indian community of Egypt. She's a reader of various ancient Indic scriptures and is fluent in Hindi, Sanskrit, English, and Arabic, and used to be the physics head at the Department of Cairo. She has been a resident of Egypt for over 21 years and has published her papers in various international platforms, including South Africa and India too. As a mathematician and a science enthusiast, this brilliant lady has regularly been invited as a public speaker in universities and on Egyptian national TV. A very warm global namaste to you, Dipti ji. And how are you today?
Well, Namaste, Seemaji. Thank you very much for having me over. I'm very well. Thank you very much for this kind, generous introduction you gave it. I'm so excited, and I was so happy to hear what the previous spokesperson was talking
Vishali
about.
ji has such in-depth knowledge of Ayurveda.
Absolutely.
And it's so impressive, and she gave us such a detailed PowerPoint presentation. Now, you have something very exciting in store for us, and you're going to talk about emotional and mental self-care for women. And this is a topic that has been going around with a lot of electricity and rave recently. So we're very looking forward to your PowerPoint presentation or what you have in store for us.
Okay, today we'll be talking about emotional and mental care. Actually, mental health includes, encompasses emotional, psychological, and social well-being. So today our more focus is on emotional health. Let's see what it says. Emotional health is all about how we think and feel. It's about our senses of well-being, our ability to cope with life events, and we acknowledge our own emotion as well as those of others. Here I want to clarify it because it's been misunderstood quite many times that it doesn't really mean that you're happy all the time. It's just meaning that you understand what you are going through and how to cope up with that. Emotional health is one aspect of mental health. It's the ability to cope with both positive and negative thoughts, emotions, which includes your awareness. Actually, today's talk is having high emphasis on awareness, how you understand what are you going through and how you understand how can you come out of it. Emotionally healthy people have good coping mechanism for negative emotions, and they also know when to reach out for a professional for help. And before we go further, I want everybody to understand that one way of assessing, we are going to assess, I'm going to throw a few questions on everybody. Please assess yourself. You do not have to tell me what is your assessment. But because of unprecedented epidemic and depression in our society, more people are being diagnosed with depression, including children and especially women. Since today we are more focused with the women's health care or women's emotional care, but I would include everybody. So by all indication, emotional health is not very good and it's declining. Most of the times when we ask, what's the reason for it? The common answer comes as, look at the economy, look at the world. How do we live in this world? Look at the society, how is it changing? But our elders, they have seen even the worst. They have seen the World War II and even worse economic conditions, but they survived very well. So something has happened to us and to the society, and it definitely cries out for explanation. How can we assess our emotional strength, or how can we assess how emotionally strong we are? We might have to identify the range of markers of the emotional health and imagine how fair are we with them. At least we will focus more on four themes as it's been shown in the screen. Firstly, the self-love. It's the quality to determine how much can we be friend to ourselves day to day, and how many times we can remain on our own side. It happens many a times that we happen to we are friendly to everybody except us. We need to understand that this is the most important thing, that we have to be friendly towards us. And for that, we can have a check when we meet strangers who has things that we don't, how quickly we feel pitiful, and how long can we remain assured by the decency of what we have or what we are. Self-pitying is another thing we need to come out of it. We should not be self-pitying all the time. We should be contented and try to achieve more with our own efforts. If somebody insults us, there are there are questions and answers which go along with it. When somebody insults or humiliates us, can we let the insult go? Able to perceive the senseless malice beneath the attack, or are we left brooding or devastated, or simply implicitly identifying with the verdict of others? Or somebody said this, I was meant for that. This is another part of self-pity. Somebody's rejection or disapproval, how much it affects us. These all points are coming under the self-love. Sometimes women, since we are talking about women, it goes for both the genders. We are in a relationship when the relationship is not going well. Are we having enough self-love to leave an abusive relationship? Or we carry this implicit belief, oh, that harm is all what we deserve. This is kind of a depression. We are going towards the depression, or, self-harming to ourselves. This is another thing we need to understand under the self. Making mistakes is normal, but accepting it, fixing it, is this what we do or we do not? Can we resist to please others indiscriminately? This is another factor which bothers us, because we do not want to please somebody for no reason, but we have to do it because the society asks for it or because the work demands for it. So we need to stop it. We need to give a break, and we need to understand where we need to stop. And the second point in this self-love, after that, we go for the candor. What does candor mean? It determines the extent to which difficult ideas and troubling facts can be consciously admitted to mind, soberly explored, and accepted without denial. It's simply, in simple words, it means whatever has been happening in the difficult time, let's accept it, understand it, explore it, what is the possibility we can do with it. And do not stay in the denial process. Do not say, no, this is not for me, this is not me, this cannot happen. We need to accept about what we are, who we are, especially when the matter is not pleasant. We need to stay in normality, the wholehearted sanity. Can we really explore our own minds and especially look into the darker and more troubled corners, I would say, without flinching overly? We are, as it was said in the previous talk, I would just say that if you go for the spiritual journey, or if you just understand the philosophy of India, then our mind and us are two different things, and that's what we need to understand. Mind is part of us, but this is not us. As this hand is part of me, but this hand is not me. So mind, our emotions are part of us, but that's not us. We are too much identifying ourselves with it, and there the problem arises. So are we ready to accept? Are we ready to go into the darker? Are we sitting sometimes and checking the troubled corners of our mind or brains? And without, getting flinched, overly flinched, I would say. Sometimes some painful lessons are coming, but valuable lessons are coming. And the painful guises. How ready are we? I know these questions are very difficult, and we all know this is not possible, but this is a good beginning. This is what I want to say. Now let's go, how can we go further with it? So the third point says communication. When something like this happens, which is unpleasant or which is not liked by us, can we patiently and reasonably put our disappointment into words, or which enables at least others to understand our viewpoint, or we do internalizing the pain, act it out symbolically, be violent, counterproductive rages. Which side are we on? And if we are not in the right side, then we need to come to the right side. That let's write down, let's make it understand, let's make others understand what are we going through and how you should not be behaving or dealing with me in such a manner. People are constantly upsetting us, be at work, be at home, be at anywhere, be in friends' place or wherever you are in the society. But this is what we need to understand. If we do not like a certain situation or things, either you just come out of it or let the other person understand that this is what bothers me, please do not repeat. Instead, we normally, not us, but little younger kids or somebody, just slam the door and sulk into themselves. This is not what we should be doing. Most of the time, desired response is not forthcoming. Are we getting too angry, or are we taking a plausible second? Go and take seriously the thought that others might not merely just being nasty. Maybe this thing was not meant for us. Many a times when we are hurt or we are being targeted, it's not meant for us. It just happened that we are in the wrong ambience. We are at the wrong place. That could be the scene. So let's understand that. And when people are not in the right emotional health, not in the correct emotional health, they start to feel that the world is not the right place for us to live. And this is the most dangerous thought one could have. So we need to understand that we might survive a challenge. We will survive a challenge in the form of possibly a speech, a romantic rejection, about financial trouble, traveling to a country. There are a lot of challenges we see, even a common cold. How are we coping with it? Everybody, when is in challenging phase, everybody has to work hard towards it, and they face problems and they have to come out of it. They have to find a solution, ask for a help, or do something else instead of just sulking it. Instead of feeling that the world is not meant for us or this world is too risky, let's start to feel that the world is wide, safe, and reasonable enough for us to have a legitimate shot, at least, at a measure of contentment or, happiness. We can live here happily. It can be rejection from 1, 2, 3, 400 people, but there are millions of other people living, and we can live with them. So there is enough place for us, enough need for us. So everything is good. It's not that bad. And please do not settle with the resentness or, for inauthenticity or understand the world wrong. I know that it's not our fault or in a sense anyone else's to answer all these questions I posed in affirmative. But by entertaining them, we are at least starting to know what kind of shape our psychological wounds have. And once we know what kind of or what shape our psychological wounds have, we would know what kind of bandage is most necessary. So for that, what I understand, and according to my understanding, is being under the right influence. Can we have the second slide? Next slide, please. Be under the right influence, and influence that nurtures you, influence which gives you courage and strength to walk the path of integrity. Be a friend of truth. I will go a little bit into the spiritual path. Spiritual path talks about that be a friend of truthfulness. If you are with the truthfulness, then you are in the right path. Then you are in the right direction. Sometimes it happens, as I said, bad things are happening. You might not be aimed for it, but maybe you're in the wrong ambience. Maybe you're in the wrong group of people. Maybe you're in the wrong place altogether. I'm going to tell you a small story or a case of two terrorists. They were just filling the envelopes of explosions. And while filling, one terrorist asked the other, "Is this RTX enough in the envelope, or is it not?" So the other one said, "Why don't you open and just check?" I said, "Are you kidding me? This might explode." And then the first one said, "But the address is not yours." It doesn't really matter the address is yours or not. If you are in the wrong place, if you are doing at the wrong thing, it is going to affect you. So be in the right place. And trust me, falling into a right place is certainly a talent. And we must nurture it, and we must mature to it within ourselves. We should understand and mature to it that we have to be in the right place. If we talk about a garden or say a ashram, there are places, say septic tanks or main holes or something where it is stinking. Even in the ashram, you might find some septic holes or main holes, or just some dirty water flowing somewhere. If the person goes there and sit every day and says this place is filthy, this place is stinky, it's not because the place is stinky or filthy or dirty. It's just because he is at the wrong place. He has to find the right place to go, and that's how he will feel the fragrance. That's how he will understand what is the right place. How do I get the right thing? How do I get the fragrance of this place altogether? And it same goes when we are seeing the outer world, it same goes for our inner body too. Our body is having both, filth and fragrance. Which one do we open up for ourselves and for others is absolutely a choice. If we are opening a certain container of our body, which might give us the bad memories or something bad to think about, but if we open some other container, which might give us, pleasant memories, happiness, laughter. So it's all up to us which container we want to open in our life and how are we proceeding with the life. And as I said, if we are friends with, or if we are in good friendship with the truth, then the interiority, the inner peace or its inner side is pleasant. And if it is pleasant, then pleasant things will come to you and you will move towards it. So if we are not doing this, and if we are constantly going and sitting next to a septic tank or dirty places or wrong ambience, we are actually quite self-sufficient, so much self-sufficient that we do not actually need any enemies in our life. We are self-harming ourselves enough. So for that, we need to have the physiological cleansing, cleanliness and the psychological cleanliness. That's the first thing. Otherwise, our life is going to be bad. Now here, if we understand more into the philosophical sense, we all have to agree or understand that psychological process is entirely, if you go for a darshan shastra, it's a Sankhya darshan, if I would just say, it says that it's an entirely our own drama. It has nothing to do with reality most of the time. It just gets magnified because everybody is so much identified with it. So it's all about our intellect. What do I see every day? What do I feel? Or all five senses are working all the time. So what do I see and what do I feel and what do I smell is not entirely on me, because it's the prakriti, it's the environment what is giving it to me. But how do I perceive and how do I understand things? I make an image and I say, oh, he is beautiful, he is handsome, she is beautiful, she is ugly, he is black, white. This discrimination is done by our own intellect and by the society at the same time. But we have to understand that emotions and psychology is part of us. It's not us. It's not me, it's part of me. As I said, this hand, this liver, they're part of me, but not me. Many times we also say that I was just reading somebody, and people say that we cannot control our mind even while we are doing meditations. We do not have to control mind. Let it go, let it chatter. What is important is you do not get affected much of it. Here, I want to clarify, I'm not talking about the mental health or mental illness if person is having a certain issue or some kind of hormonal issues in the brain or mind. We are not talking about that. We are more talking about the emotions we are facing day to day life. So those people, of course, definitely need a psychiatrist or a doctor or specialized. Here also we need it, because how do we understand what are we going through is the doctor or the professional who would help us. So please do not, I would just give an example. If somebody is going to play, say, badminton, and the shuttlecock is going, you're just pushing, or the tennis, just ball is coming, you're pushing, ball is coming, you're hitting. And after a certain time, you stop the game and just walk away, isn't it? So the same way, your emotions would come, you would come, hit, and then leave and move. Do not get stuck there. If we get stuck in the tennis court or in the badminton court 24/7, what would happen to us? And this is what has been happening to us, because we are kind of trapped in the emotional wounds, or I would say emotional drama, because we are identifying this as us altogether, not as part of us. So the last point, whatever is mine cannot be me. This is, I think this is the essence of all what I talked about. They are all part of me, but that is definitely not me. Thank you. That's all from my side.
Diptiji, thank you so much. You know what I loved what you said, that the mind and body are part of us. It really isn't us. You know, this is something we don't tend to really identify with so much. We actually begin to believe that it's actually one, the mind and body. And we were unable to draw that very fine line in recognizing that they're actually quite different. I can see that Mr. Nishit Kotak has joined us, and I want to say, Nishitji, wasn't that so interesting from Diptiji?
That was actually quite good. Bear with me one moment.
Very,
That was
very
actually pretty
interesting.
good.
And I loved about what you said about the bandages.
There were some very interesting points there raised, especially about self-belief, self-worth, and how it affects people's perception of themselves, and how to develop a strong self worth. Is that the right word?
A sense of
Yes.
self-worth, yes.
Absolutely.
It's so important, you know. And like you said, it's important to be in that state of I am enough.
Absolutely.
Yes, absolutely.
Being
So
in that state.
I have a couple of questions for Deeptiji. So if you could summarize for us, what is emotional and mental self-care, and why is it important for women's health and well-being?
Once we
You're breaking up.
understand what is emotional health or mental health, how do we think? Is it? Am I audible now?
Yes,
Hello?
Yes,
that's
your
better.
audio is
Am I
fine.
good?
Yes,
Hello?
yes,
Okay.
your audio is fine
So
now.
once we understand it, okay. So once we understand how we think and how we feel and how we react It's just the sense of well-being. If we understand that it's just the ability to cope with whatever has been happening around us is what is the emotional care. If you understand this is a certain emotion, one is part of my life, it will pass. As Gita in Krishna Bhagwan says as well, it shall pass. So this is going to pass. If we understand that and just try to cope up, come out of it, take help, ask for help. As I talked about the septic tank, what happened when we are in the wrong mood, in the devastated mood, we try to seek for the help or the companionship of the people who are in the same genre. We are trying to meet and sit with the people who are going through the same difficult time, or they are also in the same dorm. But this is something what is normally human beings doing. This should not be done. We should be sitting with the people who are positive, who are challenging their life, who are encouraging, who are giving you strength. But this is not, we are constantly falling into that dirty tank and asking others to pull us more and more inside. And that's what is the mistake we do. So that's
what we need to do is take responsibility to uplift ourselves and be in more positive company. So we feel more uplifted, right?
Yes, uplifted. At the same time, Seemaji, I want to say that it's not every time that you would be feeling uplifted or positive or encouraged or happy. And that's perfectly okay. This is what we need to understand. We do not have to be happy all the time.
It's
but we
okay
need to understand
be...
that what emotions I am going through is normal. Pass through it. And for that, as you said, it's okay not to be okay. It's okay not to be perfect all the time. It's okay not to be perfect all the time. It's okay not to be happy all the time. It's okay not to have the best reputation all the time. But we are going through a certain phase, and we will go, we shall pass through it, and we will come out of it very soon. And for that, you need the right people along with you.
It is true. They say you are the sum of the 5 people you spend most time with.
Yes,
absolutely.
So one more question. In today's life, the modern woman is a very busy person. She's juggling multiple roles, having various tasks to do. And like we said, sometimes it takes a toll in the sense that she doesn't have time for herself. But how can women prioritize their emotional and mental self-care in a busy and demanding world that we have today?
All the women have to understand, if they are not emotionally or mentally healthy, they cannot perform any action properly. So this is not the right way to say. Even I say sometimes, I don't have time for myself. But we should, and we must take out some time for ourselves. Get up 15 minutes earlier, sleep 15 minutes late, in the car, give yourself time, talk to yourself, understand what you're going through. This is the need of yourself. If you don't understand yourself, who else will? And if you can't understand that you are emotionally or mentally unhealthy, then what you're struggling with or what you're saying, this is keeping me busy, be it work or family or children or society, you will not be able to perform anywhere properly. So one has to take out time and understand.
So I suppose, sorry, Seema, sorry. I was just going to say, so I suppose step 1 is recognizing and understanding where you're having the problems. That's step 1.
Yes.
Okay, yes. Seema, you were saying something?
So basically, it's relating to the same thing. It reminds me of an incident where someone I knew was going through a very difficult period of their time. And they did reach out for help. And this lady was a mother and she had children. And one thing that was shared with her, that if mommy is not happy, the whole home is not happy. Basically.
Absolutely.
So it's your responsibility to make yourself happy first. Now, I'm not talking about it in a selfish context. I'm talking about it in a very spiritual context, because when you're happy, when you're whole, when you're complete, you can be fully present for everyone you love
Absolutely.
around you, for all those that love you, so you can be fully present there for your children, for your extended family, for your spouse, for your friends. So self-care emotionally and mentally is so important. And there's so many ways of doing this. I loved what you spoke about, the company you keep, keeping the right company, and being in that elevated atmosphere, or elevated maybe not the wrong word, but positive atmosphere, rather than being, we tend to be drawn like towards like, oh, I'm going through this and you're going through this and life is so hard and blah blah blah. But how about go with someone who can shed some wisdom, and tell you, nothing is permanent. The Gita, like you said, Lord Krishna said, everything is temporary. So this too will pass. It was really, really, really lovely what you shared with us, And I think a lot of us, we know this, but we need to hear it time and time again. So it's reinforced.
Right. There was nothing I said was new or unknown to anybody. We all know it, but you very well said, we need to keep reminding ourselves, as we need to keep reminding ourselves to be in right place, at the right ambience, the right lessons. We should be hearing right talks. We should be listening, because that actually inbuilds the strength what we need to survive this
And
month.
it's so wonderful to have a gentleman on board, who's speaking with us about this for women, women and this emotional self-care and their spiritual self-care and their mental self-care. It's wonderful. So Nishit, I'd like to
Yes.
hear more from you, what you have to say, any
I have
more.
one final question. So, developing a strong mental attitude is like building a muscle. You need to practice at it. So, how can women use mindfulness or other mind body techniques to improve their emotional and mental well being?
I think the right food, it was talked in the previous talk, eating the right food, having a right routine, keeping yourself, I think most importantly, especially the women of my age, if I say, keeping ourselves always in good shape of mental health, I would say. Keep learning something new. That will give you strength, that will give you positivity, and that will nurture your mental health throughout. Keep learning. Be a language, be a music something, be a dance, be anything. Keep learning. Never stop learning. I think keep learning is the key. If you're constantly doing it, most of the time you're in the good mental health for sure.
That was very powerful. I think, continuously learning something new, and, it gives you a sense of achievement also, when you learn something new and exploring the creative arts,
Yes.
dance, music, it gives you a sense of release as well. Music is very healing. Dancing is very healing, expressing yourself through the creative arts is also very, very powerful. So there's so much we can do. The answers are all there. And psychologically, our mind tends to create these blocks, and we somehow, I don't know if this is a very strong word to use, but we somehow get attached to that space. We can get attached to that space of you know not being as blissful and happy as we should be, or not being as healthy and joyful and energetic as we should be. We fall into this comfort zone, and the thing is, we have to take that responsibility to get ourselves out. And I think it's also very important, like you said, the company, we keep on coming back to this before I introduce our wonderful honey Kalaria, is to have a tribe of women that has your back, if you're in such a space. So thank you very much, Dipti ji. That was wonderful. And I can see we have our senior host, Hani Kalaria here, and we have Dr. Amrita Sharma. But before I hop on to both of you, I'd like to say a few words about our senior host, Dr. Hani Kalaria. She's a multi-award winning dance professional media presenter and a mind, body, soul expert. She offers online training and coaching to global audiences worldwide to help develop creative hobbies and performing arts careers. She provides education and inspiration, I must say, through the power of creative arts online, and empowers audiences through the key to life's mastery with interviews. Hani has several achievements, and some include receiving an honorary doctorate of arts and Best Bollywood International Artist Award. She's a fantastic dancer, as we all know. She's an advisory member of the National Dance Council, the ambassador to the Duke of Edinburgh Award. And if you want to learn more about this very dynamic, multi-talented woman, just log on to www.honeykalariaofficial.com. A very warm global namaste to you, Hani. How are you?
Very well. Thank you so much for a beautiful introduction. And always, Seema ji, such a lovely and what lovely interviews. Such insight into women's health. I was loving it. And Seema ji, while you've been giving me such a beautiful introduction, I just felt that it would be only right for me to also share with the world out there who our dear Seema ji is. And I just wanted to say as well, Seema ji was also somebody who's been a senior host, I should say now, with our Healing Our Earth. She was born in Nairobi, Kenya, and her culinary interests developed at an early age, and it was founded mainly from a family food business. You have to try her food, it's delicious. She's traveled extensively in Africa, India, Southeast Asia, and that has allowed her to follow her culinary passion and grow her knowledge on the effects of food on the mind and body. And this, I think, is really, really exciting and very important. Also, this is something we've been talking about today, and something we don't know is the fact that Seema's a walking encyclopedia in this area, and using secret skills handed down from her grandmother. I'm still trying to find those secrets there, and which has been handed down to her with the belief that you are what you eat. She draws from the ancient practices of Ayurveda and Mayan wisdom, curating healing spice blends, immunity-enhancing yogic teas, self-care prescriptions, and other well-being foods. So I just wanted to say, dear Seema ji, you are doing amazing work yourself, aren't you? And you have your own Instagram, which people can follow, get the best recipes around. And of course, every single recipe that you have, which is Ayurvedic based, is very sattvic as well, good for you, healthy, and helps to enhance women's well-being too at the same time. So thank you, Seema ji, for that.
Thank you, Hani, for such a kind introduction and such warm, loving words. Yes, food. Speaking of food is what brings people together as well, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
On so many levels.
You can be my best friend if you feed me.
I love feeding people.
Obviously, just feed me some nice street Indian food, and I love you to bits. Then.
I love good Indian food as well, and of course, I love South American food as well.
Absolutely.
Very much.
Actually, Seema ji, I was listening to your interview with Dipti Kataria. First of all, if you change the T, it becomes an L, so there's a Kataria and a Kalaria there.
Yes.
We were probably long lost sisters. But the other thing is, if you've ever done past life regression, I felt in my past life regression that I was in Egypt in one of my past lives. So having Dipti there, we could have been friends or something a long time ago, many lives before. And I love Egypt because the ancient wisdom that, you can study about through Egypt, and also secrets and all sorts of various universal secrets that can learn about are all, they all come from Egypt. And I've studied that quite in depth. So Diptiji, I just wanted to say that maybe one day we'll have a really good discussion about Egypt in itself, because I know that that is a topic on its own. Diptiji, so you come from Cairo, right? Over 20 years from Cairo, I believe.
Yeah, that's for sure. We can talk about Egypt, but firstly, I want to say you are more than welcome to our home. Kalari and Kataria, we can say it's the same thing. Everybody is welcome in Egypt. It's a wonderful place to come visit and see. And stay with us, please.
Oh, that sounds really great. Well, enjoy your day. And I would just want to say global namaste to our lovely little Indian Egyptian friend there. And Seemaji, thank you so much. I know we're going to have you back again. I'm going to dive straight into my next guest because she is absolutely a very, very incredible woman. And I'd love to do a little introduction. First of all, a global namaste, Dr. Amrita ji.
Namaste.
Global namaste. I'll just do a quick little introduction because I know that you have very extensive experience in the field of Ayurveda and other areas, especially in the field of self-care. And you're going to be talking a little bit about self-love as part of self-care. But let me tell you a little bit about Dr. Amrita Sharma. She did her bachelor's in Ayurvedic medicine and surgery, and her interest in these kind of studies took her back to explore more about alternative medicine, acupuncture, alternative therapies, naturopathy, and of course, courses on food and nutrition, which is of course a very important part of our well-being. And she's also registered with the Yoga Alliance, doing many, many courses. And she's trained thousands of students all over the world, whether it's from Canada to Brazil, Australia to Europe, and Russia, right through to Thailand. She's got more than 15 years of clinical and teaching experience in the fields of yoga, Ayurveda, and holistic healing therapies. And Dr. Sharma has also presented papers and all sorts of things in conferences. She does radio talk shows, she has a podcast, and of course, she's always been sharing lots of her experiences, her knowledge, and well-being tips in all these platforms. I also wanted to find out more, of course, about all her work that she's doing today, that she's going to be speaking about today. But presently, I just wanted to share that she's also working as an assistant professor in an Ayurvedic college, which is in India. She's a diligent, a social worker, and one thing that I love is she's an environmentalist, just like me, because I'm a district chair for the Environment Committee in Rotary. So I'm always working on wonderful environment-related projects. And I know you're doing lots of great work and community service. So welcome, Dr. Sharma. Thank you so much, Amrita, for joining us today. I know you're going to be talking about many areas of women's self-care. So first of all, tell me, how is the program been so far for you?
Program for me as a woman had been very beautiful, realizing I am a feminine energy, making me realize from the society. And so first of all, I'd like to say hola to all the beautiful women I can see and globally everywhere. And my journey started with my basic education as a daughter is being nurtured in a small family. My dad is a professor of university. My mom is an artist. So being nurtured in that background to study hard and get marks and then get settled and everything. But my interests with medicine and with exploring sciences. And I come from the hill station of Dalai Lama, McLeodganj and Dharamsala. So nurturing, coming from the Tibetan side of seeing the monks every day and seeing the prayers and listening to the mantras of Om Mani Padme Hum every day, had been given a lot of inbuilt combination of so many things in my life. I studied in a Christian school and born and brought up in Delhi. And then I just started my journey with my bachelor's in Ayurveda. And I got a chance to be a mother, first of all. And then becoming a mother, was a very beautiful gift and a very big surprise. I think when you start to have your first baby, it's a very big, exciting time for you. And then you think about yourself, okay, life has taken a pause. You need to just relax. Otherwise, as many women before has talked about, a lot of anxiety and a lot of things come. And then the families come together and they are like, okay, you're going to be the mom. And then they wait for everything. So a lot of things just come by like that.
A lot of changes that take place when you're a parent, I understand. Because
Exactly.
you're going from a single woman to a married couple to a family.
Yeah, exactly. And there is a transition from being a woman to a mother. And that's a very big cross point, actually, because here you were just nurtured as a bud, and now it's your time to give the fruit and ripe the fruit in a proper way so that it can prosper the seed in a proper way. And to become a mother.
Yeah, it's interesting how the woman, like it's the same woman, but suddenly there are different responsibilities, different ways. And I understand that it'll also be different ways of self-caring as well, because when you're alone, it'll be a different style of self-care. Perhaps when you're as a couple, there could be self-care in other ways that you have to think about. And being a parent as well, with time restrictions and 24 hours, 7 days a week, working to be a mummy. It's like you probably have other types of self-care that you would have to implement in your lifestyle.
Exactly. And so when we are kids, we are just like, okay, there's a doll and the doll is preparing things. She's getting up, she's dressing up, she's getting ready with her interests and hobbies, getting vibrantly flowing in our life. And then she has the romantic stuff of life where she releases her love in the form of different aspects to be a lovable wife as well as a lovable human being in itself. And I think many girls must be realizing all that aspect to be a better partner in life, and how those kind of hormonal changes affect her and her life in person when she undergoes that kind of the sexual changes or the sexuality that comes under the influence of that period of life. And then the change as a mother as well, where she is completely transformed to understand the responsibility of being a mother and to nurture the child in a complete way, because it's always with the mother. The mother has to take up everything almost. And so how to balance herself, how to work on herself, and then with the stress levels and with the work-life balances, and then to find her own stream. So she's like a ravishing river where everything is her responsibility, and then she needs to find her way out.
Absolutely. So I think this is really important for us to understand and appreciate that, yes, life does throw lots of demands at you. There are lots of responsibilities and new responsibilities that could come up, but we mustn't forget the self-care part, the self-love part for yourself, because if you feel full, if you feel happy, if you feel fulfilled, healthy, you will be able to do a lot more for society. And actually, there was a really fantastic saying that I had read, and it said, if you check the health of a woman, you will be able to check the health of society. So if you don't have very happy, nurtured women and, women who are happy and have inner peace themselves, you will find that whole society will be all over the place, because they won't be able to raise children in the best way. They won't be able to bring out the best and maximize the true potential of their child, because they can't give all of themselves. Their relationships will probably not be as fruitful and as happy as they could be, or fulfilling as they could be. So there are so many areas that could have a knock-on effect if you're not happy and looking after yourself, and how it can affect society in the future as well. So mums, I think, are very important. If women can look after themselves, if women can be stable and really balanced individuals, they can do so much more for society. And society, I think, needs to appreciate how important it is to give that time and support to women as well from their side.
Yes, exactly. And the women at that time, when they are mothers, actually are also giving a good participation in the economy of the country as well. So their professional growth, their personal growth, their emotional growth as so many people and have already talked about, and these kind of small things which hinder myself. And apart from that, I think women and hormones have to do a lot of things. And when you talk about self-love, it is a lot about understanding your own perspective in your own eyes, rather than the perspective of how I look in other people's eye. And so this kind of a thing will nurture the thought of what is self-love for me and how do I explore. As you know, Deepti said before that yes, love is so important, and that importance of food comes in the form of food. And as from Mumbai, our speaker said that she talked about sattvic food, and I was listening to her as well. They're very informative talks, and she talked about the sattvic food, but I say that food is the food of love. Kitchen is an imbibing source of food. That is why it is called as Annapurna in Indian tradition, because it's giving the fulfillment of Anna.
Yeah, because of a goddess, right? Who's dedicated to food. Yes.
And then that Annapurna has to serve everybody before her things. So the moment you enter the home, the kids are after you. This is one, mom, please cook for me this thing. Please, the husband has a demand, the family has a demand, everybody has a demand, but where's my demand?
Yes,
right.
yes.
I also need something.
With that? So how do you deal with that? Because at the end of the day, you know, from my point of view, like if you were gauging where you are, or your well-being scale, I would feel that, look, mentally, am I feeling positive and uplifted? Or emotionally, am I feeling happy, fulfilled, you know, relaxed? I'm being able to deal with challenges of life very easily, being resilient to things happening in your life. You know, those things will help me to gauge. And if I'm not being able to cope, I know that there isn't enough strength in me at that time. So as soon as I be able to gauge, you know, where I am spiritually as well, that am I just going all over the place, or do I have nice focus, vision? I have a purpose in life. I feel connected to the whole of the universe in a really positive way. I feel everything, I'm blessed, you know, I feel that everything's working for me rather than against me. So spiritually, I then feel connected. So when I have a little well-being gauge for myself, I will check myself on those areas, you know, like how am I feeling this area? Materially right. As well, that are you finding jobs and opportunities very easily, or are you really struggling, you know, financially? And does there need to be work in certain areas that you need to do which are not perhaps as balanced? So how would you, you know, coming from an Ayurvedic background, you've studied naturopathy, you've studied so many different techniques of developing and creating healing and health. How would you help people to gauge, and what advice would you give?
Before answering that question, I would like to share a little bit of my personal experience of life, which the past 2 years of my life had been very tough actually. And my mother is a stage 3 cancer survivor, and she survived from cancer with a lot of complications. And during the time of COVID, actually, it was very difficult for me to understand how big balance I have to keep with her and myself in my life, or with my family. And that gave me a lot of big perspective to understand. Actually, when I was little, my mother used to teach me yoga, and she used to practice yoga. She still practices yoga, and she's pretty well right now, touch wood. But still, those small thoughts that nurture you as a child, as a daughter, and the emotional stuff that connects you with them also gives you a big ground to understand yourself and utilize those things as your strengths in the tough times of your life. And that is where you realize how important it is to think about that woman who gave you birth and had done so many things for you. Because of her, you are walking today, and because of her, you are eating today. And the smiles and the cheers are also because of her.
That's a beautiful way. It's gratefulness is one of the most beautiful ways to uplift yourself straight away, because when you start focusing on something that you've been blessed with, like what you just shared, already automatically you feel uplifted and think, you know, oh yeah, you get a lovely smile on your face. You have a joyful feeling in your heart when you think of beautiful things. So it's also important to be able to understand that wherever your mind focuses, that's where it pulls the energy from. So if you focus it on gratefulness and being appreciative of life and things that you've been gifted with, or the people, close people around you, if you feel grateful for them, you'll always have a nice uplifting feeling, you know, because of that empowering feeling rather than draining feeling.
Yeah, but apart from that, there are many times in life because of our hormones, we are being crippled up. And so many times girls comes to me and they talk to me. I don't have anything wrong in my life, but still I want to cry. And I don't have anything depressive in my life, but I just want to have chocolates at this time or coffee, and I want to cry. And that is the premenstrual syndrome problems, and there are so many issues. And then the thing is that how do you find the balance at that time?
Yes.
And where do you find the balance at that time? And these kind of stuff, they start with your own self-retrospection about life, and to see the beautiful moments of life. And apart from that, what all things you are giving to the society and what you can take from that actually. So if tomorrow I'm serving food to everybody, what is important for my plate is also very important. Secondly, I've been recently working on a project in Netherlands with one of a very beautiful lady. She's very young, and we are working on sustainability and food preferences actually. And when we discuss about food preferences, it is just the lady who has to talk about, okay, my boyfriend likes to eat that, so I eat. That's what. My husband likes to eat that, so I eat. And then the children are eating the leftovers, have to be taken up because it's a big food wastage actually.
Yeah.
So these kind of small things that are adding up a junk in my mind, which I don't want actually, but because there is a big because in connection with that, and my food preferences change. I don't like much of peanut butter, but because my husband likes in the smoothie, I'm adding it up, right? So, and because of the kids, these things are coming. I was 2-3 days back, I was talking to one of my Israeli students, and she is a mom of 2 little kids. And I asked her, how do you manage your life? And she said, I wish the kids' school start at 7 a.m., but it starts at 9 a.m. and I'm full. I need to make them shower. And then I grab up a coffee and I take a sandwich. On the car, I eat them. And I work the whole day. And then the maid comes to take care of my kids. And then I rush up at 5 o'clock. Then I take them to the park. And then I come home and I prepare the dinner because my husband comes by 10 o'clock and dinner has to be ready. And then I asked her, where is the space for yourself?
Yeah.
Where
So
do you
where
find
does that? So there's 2 areas you've spoken about just now. We've got the hormonal imbalances every now and again that takes place, and chemical changes, which is hard, but it's a natural thing that tends to take place, especially with women, in different stages of their lives or different stages of the year, etc. So there's always these little hormonal imbalances which may be affecting their well-being, you know, and then the second part that you talked about is this busy lifestyle where there's just so much to deal with in life, and the life is so packed with everything. What would you suggest in both these areas of how women could deal with those issues to remain balanced and to think about their own well-being during that time?
Yeah, so rather than making the schedule for the family, first schedule yourself. That's very important.
Right. So how would you do that? So let's say here you have kids, you have to take them to school, and you have to got your husband to get. What do you mean? Okay, so give us a scenario so that if somebody's watching us out there, we've got, you know, audiences from over 140 countries watching us right now. So we have people from different cultures, you know, like if there's any specific ways, let's give it a scenario. This is something you could do, for example.
Yeah, so for the day, there should be always something that makes you happy. Okay, what activities make you happy? You need to see that actually. Eating something makes you happy, doing something, dressing up something like in a particular way. Today, I want to wear wardrobes have a very big hormonal influence on a girl's life, you know, a woman's life actually. Which earrings? So today I'm wearing these kind of earrings. It gives me a confidence, you know. You are dressed up in such a beautiful way. I feel, you know, so good to see you.
Oh, thank you.
So that adds up, you know, a share in your life a little bit.
Yes.
And because the hormones, which is estrogen, progesterone, they are released, they are affected by many hormones like serotonin and dopamine, which are sometimes taking us back on the negative stuff. So I need to think about those parameters, where and what all things make me happy. My food preferences also should be my priority as per my age and my liking.
Yes.
Because it is not necessary what everybody is having, it's my preference. It is not necessary what everybody needs, it's my preference, and my preference per age and my liking is also most important. And that should be in the corner of your kitchen. When you need to consume, that must be there. To be very honest with you, when I pack my tiffin right now, I have all the things that I feel it should be important. Lunch boxes, breakfasts are so important.
Right.
Lunch. If I like to have a sweet or a candy, I always keep with me. I always pack a salad with me because I feel like having. If I want a yogurt because it is required for my health, it should be there. It is not that what is available I eat, because that is not affecting me. It's affecting my hormones as well. It is affecting my mental, physical, spiritual, and emotional life as well, because all what we are eating is having an emotional influence in your mind as well. So your hormones are pretty much influenced by that. And that is why the chocolates are the favorites in premenstrual syndrome issues, where they like to have chocolates, because carbohydrate metabolism is affected with the serotonin release, and these hormones make you ease down. So, but everything is not healthy. If everybody's having coffee, should I take or not, or I substitute it with herbal teas? If everybody is having junk or having, as she mentioned before, that obesity is one of the issues because it's so common. Breast cancer, vaginal cancer, uterine cancers, cervical cancers are so common. Vaginal issues are so common. So if UTIs are so common, what precautions I need to take for myself is always an important thing. So my balance of my life, of giving myself time for my eating, my scheduling of my sleeping, a time where you can talk to yourself and be with yourself and nurture any of your hobbies that were in your childhood.
Yeah.
For example, you are playing hopscotch, you are playing Ringa Roses, you're having some other story time. It must be a part of your curriculum every day. And that's what is a part of holistic healing. That's what is a part of self-love, because indirectly you are developing the quality of that self-love and compassion within you through these qualities of habits that you are nurturing within yourself. And to have a broad perspective of understanding what Ayurveda talks about in holistic ways of health, to consider these kind of issues. And very important thing, Ayurveda talks about what I find, there are so many beautiful aspects about Ayurveda that talks about, in Charaka, it talks about urges, controlling the urges. So it used to say that women, when they are working and preoccupied, they control a lot of urges. So I want to have a pee. I am holding it for a very long time. This is one of the very common issues, and is also a cause of urinary tract infections in so many women.
Right, yes.
I've
got time to go to the ladies, to the washroom. Yes, understand, yes. Which is not good for them in the long term. So they should, if they looked after themselves all the way through, they wouldn't have to have such long-term issues afterwards.
Yeah, and not compromising with yourself on your personal hygiene basis. If you need something which is important, which is a personal clean washroom, it is an important choice for your life, because it is helping you to prevent from so many disorders. These kind of mental stuff.
Communicate this with people around you, because we may find that, okay, there could be women who can understand about self-care, who may be a little bit more knowledgeable in that field, thinking, yes, I need to look after myself. But you have people around you who do not understand. They say, oh, come on, get on with this, come on, we need to get this done, la la la. They don't understand that there are needs that a woman also has. And perhaps because you're not very good at expressing yourself, perhaps you may quietly sacrifice, and just do the work or whatever it is. Like a lot of people are feeling a little annoyed about something, but they just do it, thinking, oh, let me just do it. So how how can people express what they require, what they need, and how can they make people understand who do not understand that a woman also has feelings and is not a machine? You know?
Yeah. This is also an important part of women empowerment, to express yourself and your feelings actually, and to not to compromise on the situation. So if you're having a period pain, you have a period pain, and you need to adjust and understand that thing to make people easily understand, and also to find substitute for yourself actually, rather than crying on others' shoulders. It's very important to be self-dependent and to educate everybody. In India, the plight of women is not very good, to be very honest. And so I've seen a lot of women who die because of menstrual problems, where there's so much of menstrual flow, and then people are having, the ladies, they don't know, they are having so many children because of that. They have issues with the reproductive system. There are so many girl children who are malnourished and have anemic because they don't know they have a heavy menstrual flow. 2 days back, I was asking my maid that, do you give pills to your daughters? You give green vegetables to your daughters? Because this is a part of a system which not me have to share, not you have to share, everybody has to share. Globally, people have to share. And to understand, the easier way we will understand, the more we'll be able to communicate with the common, the more we'll be able to make other women understand about this. I think that will be the solution and the right approach of taking everybody out of it. And that's what is women empowerment.
Are you saying communicate it more between each other? You mean speak with each other, talk to each other, educate each other? You mean, exactly. Is that what you mean?
Yes. And secondly, I would like to raise one more topic on this platform regarding the use of birth control pills. Birth control pills are given as cotton candies world over to prevent the birth, and the women take. And I personally had an experience with this when a couple of my patients who were young girls who wanted to be a mother came to me, and they said, I cannot become a mother because I was having a birth control pill for many years. So what was happening with them, that the hormones that they were taking stopped their ovulation actually. And it was a very pitiful situation that in the 30s of their life, when they want to be a mother, they are not able to ovulate anymore. And then you're left with nowhere. And I also know a couple of women who are in their late 60s and are still having birth control pills.
Right.
Yes, because these pills have created so much of hormonal imbalance in them that when they went to the doctor to say that I don't want it anymore, and I was just taking it for 20 years and now reproductive cycles have finished, the hormones played a havoc in their body. They gained a lot of weight, their heart rate changed, they had thrombosis, they had a lot of other things. And these things are not being talked about in people. And I always educate people for the wise use of birth control pills. I want to tell the mothers as well that train your daughters, and the daughters should train their friends to understand why I should take a birth control pill, when I should take a birth control pill, and for what reason I need to take it actually.
And for how long as well, because at the end of the day, you can't just take medication for the sake of it as well.
Yeah.
Because and I think there's something very important you've touched upon here, because all medication will always have side effects. So, you have to think about, is it really necessary, first of all, that you have to put something alien in your body? Sometimes I see it as alien. I don't see it as normal, because otherwise your normal lifestyle you'll be living in a normal way. So I'm one of those people who never takes any medication at all. I'm just one of those people who just no headache pills, no nothing. And even if I had a little pain somewhere, I try. This is how I work anyway. I use mind power. Go, no, there's no pain. There's no, I imagine it's all gone, and it goes away very quickly. But I use more mind things. But there are various ways. Different people work differently. But I think medication-wise as well, you have Ayurvedic alternatives as well, don't you? And natural alternatives that people could also consider and maybe look into or explore. Because sometimes you have certain medication you can take to here, but you could have something else which is 100% safe and doesn't have side effects, may take longer, but it's a natural way of the healing. Isn't that right? So you could also think about well-being in other ways.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, I would not say that yes, there are alternatives in a way that you'd be not able to conceive because of something. There are certain things, but the question is that the birth control pills are given for a variety of reasons, not only for birth control purposes. Somebody having pimples and acne, you're taking birth control pills. Somebody has skin pigmentation issues, you're taking birth control pills. Uh, and a lot of other things, the birth control pills are prescribed. So you're put on hormones. But then these things become a question that you have so many alternatives. You have naturopathies, you have alternative medicine, you have homeopathies, you have Ayurveda, we have so many herbs, we have aquapressure, we have so many other therapies where we can cure these things and get rid of the toxins or the physiological hormonal stuff which is coming in my body. But at that time, when I'm a girl and I get a pimple, I'm like, oh my God, I'm not looking beautiful. And everybody points me out. And there's a lot of mental thing going on. And compared to that, so that gives me a pressure I must have. Or the basic education when I'm at puberty and I have my first cycle, I think it's a responsibility of the mothers as well as many other women who should make a girl understand which pill is right, should you take, should you not, what are the methods should be adapted, and a lot of things. And in fact, there are many countries where there are cases where, because of the pills, there is a high rate of male sterility because it goes in the water and the water is being recycled to be a potable water for drinking. And when males are drinking, it is creating sterility in them. So that kind of small issues. And in my mind, I every time have, though I'm healthy, but I need to take a pill, time for a pill. That means it is in your mind that you have to have something artificial for blocking something which was natural process, and it is definitely interfering your mental, spiritual and emotional health from one side actually. And
you talked about the acne just for people who may be suffering from that, because well-being wise is also confidence. So if you've got women with lots of pimples, they'll feel, oh God, look at me, But at the end of the day, I just wanted to say that sometimes these pimples and things that happen, acne happens, or sometimes I get little eczema here and there sometimes. I used to have a lot of eczema before. And when I went to a naturopath doctor in Harley Street somewhere, he said that the reason you get eczema is because your liver has toxins in it. So we need to clean your liver. He gave me a 1-month program where you just have water and clean up your system and flush things out. And after that, I never had eczema again. So sometimes you have to go through a little bit of 1 month of trouble, maybe thinking, oh God, 1 month have to be kind of quite strict. But that 1 month has helped me for my life get rid of eczema. And very rarely when it's only very hot or heat, sometimes you get little rashes because of the heat. But apart from that, it just disappeared. So sometimes I think when people are trying to push things down, it may be better to go inside and clean up everything so it doesn't come back up again, So just a little thought there.
Because the gut basically is the ground for all the toxins. Everything what is coming is from the gut. And so there are a lot of hormonal changes that takes place in puberty. Many girls, they get acne and pimple on their face, back, as well as the shoulders. And that is a type of the cyclic changes. But then how do I adjust myself, cleaning yourself, maintaining your hygiene, keeping most of the time it's related with the fire element in the body. And so if you're already having a high fire element, you have to cure that part of yours. Gut health is very important. And secondly, keeping yourself hydrated all the time is so utmost important. Water is water and should be taken, and that is very essential for a woman. People don't realize urinary tract infection, vaginal issues, gut issues, a lot of other things can be removed if you're having a good gut health, and then hydration will help that as well. We have got a lot of other herbs that can be utilized for that, as well as the mud therapies. We have got kachanar, we have got many other herbs in the sense of neem and other kind of stuff. Aloe vera itself is a very good herb. So these kind of stuff can be utilized for the body and incorporated in the food, what kind of food I'm having, what style I'm living, which country I'm living, which environment I'm living. If you're living in a very polluted place and you are using what kind of cosmetics. And again, Integumentary system is one of the very important systems, and it covers up a huge economy of buying and selling of cosmetic products. There are a lot of cosmetics, and we, in a competition to look much more beautiful in eyes of others, actually use them, and then we suffer. So what true choice of cosmetics do you do for yourself is also very important.
Yeah, I think so too. And nowadays, you know, there is lots of hypoallergenic things. There's a cruelty-free makeup and, you know, skincare. And there's a lot of herbal as well. You know, like you have very natural things with no preservatives, nothing on there, which I think is better, and absolutely having more natural things. I had one last question, because we're coming to the end of our, there's so much things to talk about, and you have such wonderful tips that you've passed on, you know, to all our young, all the different age groups of the women, you know, which is fantastic. So Amritaji, given, let's say somebody has diabetes, like you know, there are people who suffer, especially Indians and Asians. The Asian community members tend to suffer from this area quite a lot, diabetes. Some people say that, you know, with diabetes, or sometimes you get fluid retention in your legs and things like that. There's all kind of issues that start working from diabetes. You have kidney issues. From kidney issues, you have water issues, fluid, and then you start getting edema in your legs, etc. So I just wanted to ask, because we had sometimes people asking us this, when a doctor says don't drink too much water for fluid retention, is it good not to drink water, or is it better to drink lots of water and do something else? Because I thought water actually flushes out your body, and you should be drinking lots of water. So in Ayurvedic terms and naturopathy, is there any rules where you don't drink a lot of water?
Water can kill you as well. I have seen people dying due to water, but why are you drinking water? That makes a difference. When I'm saying that we should have water is for a healthy person, but there are a lot of kidney issues where people should not drink water. People with kidney disease should drink water, but most of the time the flushing out doesn't happen properly. And if you have urinary issues, in the sense urine retention problems are there, then also at night you're not supposed to take water a lot. And there are a couple of small issues where it is barred not to take that much of water, but yes, on an average 2.5 to 3 liters of water, or in the form of soups, in the form of teas, in the form of drinks, or as such as a water is also very important. And for a woman to stay healthy, 3 liters of water is important, especially in the days when you are menstruating, because ideally you are releasing a lot of water from there, because blood is liquid. And you are getting dehydrated in one form or the other, which many women don't realize, that I must keep my hydration status up in that way. So there are many metabolic diseases and kidney stuff diseases where there can be hindrance, or where you're not allowed to have a lot of water, but then generally water is always good. It should be distributed in 24 hours a very proper way, and then taken actually, and not to be taken immediately. So there are people who will say, oh, I drink 3 liters of water early in the morning, which is not healthy, because it's giving a lot of pressure on your renal stuff, and renal output is being barred because so much of water has been gushed up in your body. So drinking water ideally in the whole day will be making a balance of homeostasis between your cellular and your gut spaces, and that will be helping you to give you a good cleansing in many, many forms actually.
Right, it's better to sip throughout the day rather than drink loads in one go, so etc.
Exactly.
And also water is a real important thing for women's well-being, because they say by becoming dehydrated, it could affect your skin, it could affect your thinking, it can affect your making you feeling very tired. So fatigue also takes place if you don't have enough water. So one of the basic things that we talk about people, and especially women out there, literally from basics like drinking water to having extra rest with themselves and to doing things that they love doing. And, like you mentioned, all these areas, there are all the different areas you should be thinking about how to include within your lifestyle, isn't it?
It reminded me of one of my patients. She lives in Singapore, and then she has a lot of problem of hyperacidity. And when I asked her, like, what is your daily regime? She said, oh, I get up in the morning, and when I get up, I prepare tea for my husband, and then I make my children ready. And then after 3 hours, when everybody is gone, then I take the first glass of water. And that's what I said, you are being caught. You know, your
Yes.
first preference should be you serving water for yourself rather than the husband's things or rather than the children's stuff. And it takes your 2-3 hours, the gut is empty. It needs hydration. You're not giving it. And so a bottle of water is very important, should be kept every time with you.
Yeah,
That's
see,
very, very
that's
important.
beautiful. So see, even basic things like water is important for yourself. You know, I put all my water in a copper thing, and I'm like terrible. I just go filtered water, put it in the copper, have the copper water, and then say prayer on it, and say yes, so healing water. And I use all these little, like, you know, give it all positive energy, you know, all the way through. Yeah. But Dr. Amrita Ji, I just want to say thank you so much for your time. I know very shortly we're moving on to our next guest as
Thank
well.
you so much.
We've got,
Thank you.
I believe it's a wonderful Hansa Ji, who's going to be joining us very soon. Hansa Pankania will be joining us very shortly. But before then, let me ask if our one and only Nishit Ji has any questions, and if he wishes to interrogate our dear Amrita Ji. So, hello, dear Nishit Ji. Good afternoon here in the UK. Good evening elsewhere. Good morning elsewhere to you. Did you
Wonderful. It was a really lovely session, one that I truly found insightful, listening in from the other side. So just a quick couple of questions. What are some practical tips for maintaining a positive self-image and self-esteem, and how does this contribute to self-love and self-care?
When you look up at the mirror in the morning, that gives you a best self-esteem. And when you look up at the mirror in the morning, don't look at what bad you have on your face and what all things are negative, but look at the positive inside of your face. Secondly, looking eye to eye on the mirror to yourself gives you a very big self-esteem. Always get ready in a confident way, because getting ready is one of the very practical aspects, and looking beautiful in your own eyes. Actually, when you put an eyeliner, you know, and when you put a kajal, you're always imagining yourself and looking at yourself, how beautiful you look, or in the eyes of somebody, that somebody will give you a compliment. And if you don't get, then it stresses you up, but then it's okay. Some compliments are just for yourself, right? Or if you choose a particular lip shade today and you are having a glossy lips, actually what happened that when COVID was there, everybody was wearing masks and it was hiding one of the beautiful aspects of beautiful smiles of faces and the beautiful lipsticks people put. And that was a hindrance for a self-esteem. So self-esteem is built with a very small intramolecular combination of what is your perspective and how beautiful you feel yourself into. And therefore, looking at the mirror is utmost important, because that's the time you're communicating with yourself and giving yourself the confidence to face the day and the people that, yes, life is beautiful for me as well as for the others, and I'm going to bloom it actually.
I love that. And Nishit Ji, I just wanted to add there, you know, because when I look at my mirror, I say, wow, that's gorgeous. Who is that? Oh, that's me. Oh, sorry. I don't walk back. It's like a little push and a little
Positive self-talk always helps.
You need to have that.
This then brings me to the next question, which is, how can women create healthy boundaries as part of their self-love and self-care routine? And why is it important?
They can create lovely boundaries of their self-love by taking into consideration the SWOT analysis of your life, actually. What is your strength? What is your weakness? What do you love? Where is the boundary of what can you bear with a situation, and how much can you go beyond that? Actually, we as a ladies are overstretching ourselves and our boundaries, and that's where we are hit. And we keep waiting for the last moment unless the urinary tract infection gives me a severe pain and I'm hospitalized. I'll be carefree actually. So the boundary is my first alarm sign. How do I feel within myself? And that's where is my self-love coming from. If I'm loving myself as a soul, I must treat it as a beautiful temple as I clean the temple. And many ladies are very religious in India, and I see the ladies do fasting and they don't take care of their health, and they just believe the God will bestow something on them. But God gave you this gift that has to be taken care first. And so the limitations have to be boundary lined. What stretch can you go and what is your limitation? Bounding your limitation and your SWOT analysis of your strengths, weaknesses. What opportunities can you make and grab from that household and outside stuff? And what is threatening you should be taken care with that mindful technique.
Superb. Now, what I have found is there are many women around us in our lives who are fabulous and fierce and amazing. But there are also a number of women who are not that strong on themselves. And so for those kind of women, how would you suggest they address and overcome feelings of, say, maybe guilt, shame, or self-doubt? And how does this impact their self-love and self-care practices?
This happens with everybody because there are many times when people feel I am not perfect. And there are always the times when you look at Facebook and Instagrams and you feel, oh my God, that's so beautiful. Like she is so young. I am getting older. Look at my gray hair. So a lot of things come. And in this, I would see one more thing in many females, because of the hormonal cycle, this kind of a depressive statements will mostly come in the month. There will be a part of your things. There can be irritation. There can be a lot of other stuff, which is the part of you. And you need to see and check that if that is your part, then it will subside with time. And if it is not, then it is very important to build strength about those positive notions and the qualities that you have and write it in your diary, scribble them off, and then make them more beautiful. As you said, good company is very important. That is one part of it, as well as not giving, because we ladies, we give everything to the family. Okay, this is for the time, for the children, this is for them. What about me? So giving time to yourself, you'll be able to think about, today this person hit me up. I'm fearful about these things. And secondly, we are more emotionally very weak actually. So emotional strengthening is very important. Meditations help, yogic exercises, hip opening exercises, I would say, because the root chakras are blocked, the sacral chakras are blocked, the pelvic chakras are blocked. So most of the time, hip opening exercises, 2 minutes a day, 10 minutes a day, or whatever time you get, walking for yourself, taking care about yourself, passion and trend to be followed is also important, but taking care of your health is very important. If everybody is wearing high heels and I'm getting my hip pains and I'm getting my knee pains, it's not necessary. You can look beautiful without them as well. So that is a very important thing to see and clear your ground. What are the fears that you are having and how you can slowly work on them. In this, herbs and many other techniques of holistic health will also be very added on to take you out of this fearful situation of life.
Fabulous. Maybe one last question from me, which is when women are taking on multiple roles, they're a daughter, a daughter-in-law, a mother, a wife, a person working, etc. Multiple roles they have in their lives. They will come across situations where maybe they don't get things right, and you know, everybody makes mistakes, etc. How do you? What advice would you give to somebody on how they can improve their self-compassion, forgiveness, and self-acceptance? Because I see sometimes people have a hard time moving on from past mistakes or past regrets that they have. They don't let go easily.
I would say the answer is chill out. Chilling out in life is very important. Hormones make you think a lot. Hormones force you to rethink, and we females, we really think a lot. Even if there is a small thing, we make a huge things out of it, and we build the guilt accordingly. Oh, today I haven't served the biscuits with the tea, I haven't served snacks with it, the cup was not right, it wasn't washed properly. It's my thing that I have added a filth on my head which was not required. And a human being has a habit of making mistakes. I should learn from my mistakes. Chilling out in life is utmost important. Mistakes can come, but when you come to add on to it, that next time if you think you are guilt, it's not about feeling the guilt. It's about correcting the mistake in life, actually, I think. And when you make a correction, your guilt is gone. You will forgive yourself and you will learn the new way that this time it has happened, next time it won't. Automatically, these things will help you in serving the tea to your guests in a better way. And that is what is my fund of life, actually.
Oh, it's fantastic questions, fantastic answers, both sides. I love the SWOT analysis as well. I think that was a fantastic way to look at the SWOT analysis in your life. That's, of course, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats that we talk about. And Nishiji, I think you're amazing with your wonderful questions. I thought they were fantastic questions. Thank you for that. I'm sure all our audience members watching right now found some amazing tips there. And Amritaji, thank you very much for this really great insight. And of course, we could continue talking to you for hours with these wonderful tips that you have and wonderful knowledge that you're sharing with us. But we hope to have you back again in the future sometime to join us again on our Healing Our Earth. But meanwhile, wanted to say a very big thank you from every single one of us here. And whilst we have Seemaji here, who's of course my co-host here today, perhaps she has one last question to ask you before I introduce my next guest. Seemaji, did you have any final questions?
I think Amritaji had it all covered, you know.
Fantastic. Oh, amazing.
It's wonderful and very insightful. I hopped on a little bit in between, so I missed half of it, but very interesting. And yeah, I think prioritizing our self-care, as you said, you know, we always put ourselves on the back burner as women, you know, that I have to do this, I have to do that. Like you gave the example of the woman and drinking water. And she said, you know, I don't have a glass of water until 3 hours after. You know, we don't do it intentionally, but you know, they say it's because we have responsibility and we take responsibility, and responsibility actually makes you powerful in the context that it makes you very, very strong, that I need to do this for my children. I need to do this for my extended family. I need to do this for whoever. But with that responsibility comes one more thing, and that is taking responsibility for ourselves. Which is something,
Seemaji, this is a bit of cultural thing as well, because sometimes you find women who feel that by sacrificing they're doing something good, by, oh, look at me, I look what I've done for my family, I better not to, you know, I better put them first, and then I'll be accepted, then I'll be considered as a good wife, or whatever it is. You know, you have these cultural things that are there behind the scenes that has shaped your thinking, and that stops you even thinking about yourself. So really the education has to come there, where you say, look, at the end of the day, I know there are cultural beliefs that this is how a woman needs to behave, and this is how they should do, and they should sacrifice, you know, their dreams and ambitions for others. But there is a balance in everything in life, isn't there? There's balance in everything.
There has to be a balance, and it's actually drawing a fine line between sacrifice being unselfish and not sacrificing being selfish. You have to find that very fine line in between, you know. And this is something that I have learned over the years myself as a mother, coming from a culture where women are take responsibility for their children, for their family, etc. And you have to draw that line and say, okay, I am taking this time out for myself, and I'm not going to sacrifice this because I want to be able to be more 100% there for everyone else later. I'm taking time out to rest now because I've got back pain, so that I can prepare a fully fledged meal for all of them in the evening rather than just give them soup and toast. It's something as simple as that. I mean, it's so important.
Yeah, I would say that's not a part of selfishness. I would say it is just about taking care of yourself. When we teach children that you should take care of yourself, I must also take care of myself. So that is what is one small role of changing with this.
But it's also teaching your children, Seemaji, it's also teaching your children to be that way, because by you being
absolutely,
your daughter will make the same mistake, and they will look after themselves. So it has to come from the family, like the mums and the dads. The way you behave is what the children will follow. So you have to remember that it's by you sacrificing, you're actually not teaching your child the right way of being in the future as well. So if you look at self-care, the child will look and think, okay, I'm important too. I have to think of me too. And not in a selfish way, like you said.
I feel it's not only from the family. I feel the current education system that the children are following do give them these tools, thankfully. Yeah, thankfully. I feel there are many, many more tools available now.
being in a school, dear Seemaji, you know, being also working in the school system myself, education system, I find that parents always have the important responsibility, because the children are there. The school teachers will never, it's not your child, it's not whatever, you do what your work is. They'll never get the kind of training that a family member can give to a child. And also the fact that a child doesn't need teaching, it needs observation. It observes how people are behaving. And when you say, don't do that, you shouldn't be doing it. Or go and wake up and do this, you should be doing it. So they watch and say, mum does it or dad does it, I should also do it. But if you don't do it and tell person not to do this.
No. The process of socialization is very, very important. I agree. Please don't get me wrong. It's fundamental to the children, you know, learning. But what I'm saying, an add-on, okay, now I lived in Hong Kong. Okay, I don't know much about the British schooling system, but my children went to a beautiful community-minded school, okay, where they would integrate the parents into the school. We'd have bingo night, you know, and all the parents would meet with the teachers and we'd get together. It was fantastic. It was a lot like a flat family, literally. And I feel that's we made the right decision choosing that school, because they really inculcated high self-esteem in the children, great leadership qualities, looking after each other, being there for one another, you know, being caring, being a good friend. You know, there would be signs up on the board. What does it mean to be a good friend? What does a good friend do? And also taking that time out and taking that time out for yourself. Like, if you're tired, I'm tired. Okay, do you think you need a little bit of rest? Rather than the school system saying, oh, but you have to finish this and you have to finish this and you have to meet your targets. Just that little bit of compassion towards the children.
You can get a lot back out of them. Because it's like developing people through reward system rather than punishment system.
We were very lucky.
Yeah,
with our children.
We've got loads. Oh my God, we have so much to talk about here. But I just want to say, Seemaji, I was aware of the time slot, and I know that Seemaji, I just wanted to say that I know you're going to be taking over our next interview as well. So I just wanted to say thank you so much. I'll let you do a lovely introduction to our Hansaji, and of course you're going to be tuning into Hansa from Kenya very shortly, who is all the way here from UK. So we've just traveled from India to UK again, and Seemaji, it's all yours. And Hansaji, we look forward to listening to all your wonderful tips and information and knowledge that will help transform lives of women around the world, and hopefully educate many more people around the women to help to appreciate and understand the women better.
Lovely to see you, Haniji.
As always, it's always a pleasure.
As always, it's always a delight to see you and see your bubbly energy coming through the screen.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Well, you're going to have completely my lovely, peaceful co-host, you know. She's got the lovely, most beautiful spiritual energy that she'll be passing on to you now. So Seemaji, all yours, my dear. A global namaste to all our wonderful Healing Our Earth members. And whilst I'm here, I just want to quickly share that we have got some really great future sessions coming up where we would love to invite you to come and tune in. We have future sessions, and if that's okay with you, Seemaji, I will just do a quick little share and help our audience members see what's coming up very shortly. So I just wanted to share with everybody that we have on the Sunday 19th of March, Integrated Health, which is all about transforming healthcare. This is a free online global program, of course, as we always hold every Sundays, but it will be a fantastic show where it will be, as we say, health is wealth. So you'll get all the golden nuggets that you need to get from all the special experts and guest people who are coming on board. We also have our yoga and meditation on 26th of March. This is for all our yoga lovers, meditation lovers, and for those of you who may be considering taking on board meditation or want to find out more about what this big crazes about with meditation and yoga. What are the benefits that you can gain by embarking upon a program there? So again, we'll have some wonderful practitioners where you can learn practically, and you can also learn a bit of theoretical knowledge there as well. So I look forward to seeing all of you on those programs. And Seemaji, it's all yours. And Hansaji,
Thank you, honey.
Global Namaste. You go
Global
to
Namaste.
Wow, that was fantastic. Now, Hansaji, before we begin, I'd like to say a few things about you. You're going to be speaking to us on the 5 simple steps to maximum well-being. Now, Hansa Panakania is an author of self-help books for adults and children available on Amazon and through her website. This dynamic lady is a speaker and founder of Om Wellbeing Consultancy, which offers personal and corporate well-being solutions. In her books, Stress to Success in 28 Days and Stress to Success Stories, she is passionate about sharing natural well-being techniques, which are absolutely cost-free, easy to implement, to nourish our body, mind, and soul in many powerful ways. Hansaji's Chakraji Children's Relaxation series of books passes natural well-being tips to primary age children using colorful illustrations. How wonderful is that? She has also published her memoir, Best of Three Worlds, about being born in Kenya as myself as well, as a British subject of Indian origin, and the fusion of 3 histories and cultures. How interesting. She's currently writing a sequel, Best of One World, My 50 Steps to Sustainable, Meaningful, and Joyful Life, which will be published in October 2023. We are looking forward to that. And more can be learned about Hansa Pankania at www.hansapankania.com. Like once again, a very warm global namaste, Hansaji. You're always spreading your light on well-being and wellness. And there's always so much positivity in everything you say and do.
Global Namaste, Seemaji, and to all our audience on Healing Our Earth. And thank you for this wonderful opportunity to share a few of my thoughts on the Women's Self-Care episode. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here. Now you've simplified everything into 5 very simple steps to maximum well-being. You know, and this is wonderful because when we look at the number 5, it's not such a large number.
It isn't, no.
No, so you think, oh, this should be easy. 5 simple steps to natural well-being. So what's the first step?
Okay, I've got a PowerPoint, so I'm going to share it. But something I'll say is that I was so pleased to hear that the previous speakers went into detail about some of the things that I'm covering. So my 5 simple steps also got a lot of depth and detail from the other speakers. So in some ways, I'm kind of bringing it all together. So it was just really great to hear all the wonderful ideas from the other speakers, saying more about the steps that I'm presenting. So that was good. So I'm going to share my screen. Okay, can you see?
Yes, we can.
Everybody can see? Okay. Right. I'll start off by giving an overview of my presentation. So I'll start off with having an understanding of what well-being is, in the concept of well-being, because it's really broad. And I'm looking at well-being from a holistic perspective. And I'm looking at what's not well-being, So if you're in imbalance and you are not feeling totally in tune with yourself and in total well-being, what are some of the signs of this? And then once you have identified the signs within yourself, I'll tell you about how you can reinstate this balance for optimum well-being by following just 5 very simple steps every day. And then I'll ask all our audience today to, whatever they're doing, to finish up whatever you're doing. And then in about 15, 20 minutes, I'll take you through a relaxation practice, which is really, really powerful for well-being. So if you just finish up whatever you're doing and in 10, 15 minutes, make sure you're sitting by the screen, ready for this wonderful relaxation practice. And then at the end, there'll be some room for questions and answers, okay? So what is well-being? Well-being is a very broad term, and the Oxford English Dictionary defines it as the state of being comfortable, healthy, or happy. Now, this is very vague, and well-being means different things for different people. So let's get an understanding of what might that be for all of us. So for me, well-being is not just about our physical body. It is about the total feeling of peace within oneself, but also with our outer world. And it's the ability to be resilient and be able to cope with any challenges that we face. It's that feeling where you feel enriched with loving relationships around you, feeling fulfilled in the direction in your life, and basically feeling content in all areas of life. And if you're living your dream life, basically you are probably experiencing a total well-being. So it is much, much broader than just your physical body and physical well-being. So the first thing in terms of addressing our well-being is to remember that we are a human machine. So we are a bit like a machine. So if you just service one part of a machine, it's not going to run properly. So for our human machine to have total well-being and run properly with all its aspects, we have to attend all parts of our human machine for total well-being. And a really, really important point I added when I was listening to the other speakers is that it's not selfish to look after ourselves. In fact, looking after ourselves is about looking after everybody else, because if you're feeling very tired and if you don't look after yourself and you burn out, think about the quality of care that you're giving to other people. So if you want to give that full attention to other people and look after other people in the best possible way, the first thing you have to do is you have to look after yourself, because if you don't look after yourself, the kind of care you give to other people is not going to be very good, is it? So looking after yourself is not selfish at all. It is really about also looking after everybody else. And so when you're not well, your body will tell you, we have to look out for the signs that our body says to us that we're not experiencing total well-being. And you must assess the root cause from a holistic perspective. So you have to look at the whole human machine to see where the imbalance is coming from. And so from the mind, body, soul perspective. And here are some indicators to show you when you may not be in total well-being. What are the signs of imbalance? What does your body have to cope with every day? And if you just imagine your body and you think about all these things that your body has to cope with day in, day out, then you'll understand how important it is to take care of ourselves. So here are some signs. You have to take care of your mind, you have to take care of your heart, you have to take care of your physical body, you have to take care of your relationships. You have to also take into account the environment that you're in, and obviously our soul purpose, and all these things will impact on your well-being. So for example, on a mind level, if you're thinking negatively, if you're a pessimist, if you're constantly worrying, this says you are not experiencing total well-being. If you're feeling fearful, angry, guilty, sad, again, you're holding on to a lot of negative emotion, which says that you're not in total well-being. Your physical body will tell you if you've got illnesses, if you're not sleeping properly, you are tired. Also, in terms of your relationships, if you're experiencing conflict, feeling rejected in any way, you're having temper tantrums, those kind of things, feeling irritable, then all these are signs saying you are not in total well-being. And also, if you're living in a polluted area, the climate change things would also impact on your well-being. Noisy environments, all these things impact on your well-being. And if you're feeling you have no direction in life, you're feeling that you've got no purpose in your life, all this, your body is having to cope with all this. So just imagine how much you have to take care of yourself, because your body is having to cope with all these things every single day. So how do we work towards total well-being? Simple, you just follow a 5-a-day rule, okay? Because when you follow the 5-a-day rule that I'm going to tell you in a little while, this will keep you in optimum health. It'll keep you happy, healthy, relaxed, resilient, and able to cope with any challenges that you may face. And you will feel content and at peace within and with the outer world. So here is how we do it. So I just suggest that you take a photo of this slide, because here are your 5-a-day things that you have to do every day. So remember what I said earlier on about we have to nourish our whole human machine. So we have to nourish our mind, we have to nourish our heart every day, we have to nourish our body every day, and we have to nourish our relationships every day. And also we have to feed our soul and nourish our life purpose every day. So step number 1, in terms of nourishing your mind and mastering your mind, think positive, because positive thinking leads to positive emotions, which leads to positive action, which leads to positive consequences. So this is the law of attraction, basically, that I'm talking about. And things like meditation really help with this. But also just notice whenever you're thinking, if your thoughts are negative, then reframe them and start to think positive, because then this will lead to positive actions and positive consequences in your life. Step number 2 is to nourish your heart. So don't hold on to any negative feelings, so if you're feeling sad or angry or whatever, just write it out, talk to somebody and get that out of your system. And, as our previous speaker was saying, foster compassion, love and joy and gratitude in your life. So be grateful for everything that you have. Feel love for other people around you. Whatever you do with other people, do it with love and joy and compassion. And don't judge anybody. Don't judge yourself. Don't judge other people. And so all these things will nourish your heart. And then nourish your body potential as well. So it's really important to eat healthy and exercise daily according to your body type and your circadian rhythm. And our first speaker, who was talking from the Ayurvedic perspective, gave us loads of good tips. So find out what your body type is and then eat according to your body type. Make sure you exercise every day. And that way you are attending to your physical body. Also nourish your relationships, point number 4, because we are also part of our group of family, our group of friends, our colleagues. We are part of a group. So if one person in your group is not uplifting or is stressed out, this is going to impact on your well-being as well. So it's really important to nourish our relationships and feel empowered in our relationship. And you do this by listening really well to other people, by being assertive about your needs. And again, the previous speakers have spoken about this. Communicating very clearly whatever you need and whatever you like and whatever you don't like, and saying that very clearly to other people, because your needs are important, and listening to other people's needs as well. So it's that two-way communication that needs to happen. And then having this sense of belonging with your family and your friends, or always having socializing so that you feel you belong to a group of people, because that sense of belonging is also very important. And the last step is to contribute to your soul and contribute to the greater good. So you must do something every day to feed your soul. So spend time in nature, exercise acts of kindness, and share your unique talents, because all of us have something unique within ourselves that makes this world a better place. So you must share that, and that will really, really feed your soul. So find out, what your talents are, and then share them with the wider world. And this will give you a sense of direction and a sense of purpose in your life. So these are the 5 steps that you have to do one thing from each of those areas every day. And when you do this, it will keep you in optimum health all the time. So here's an example of a woman called Sonia, who I worked with. So she was feeling very tired. She wasn't feeling motivated. She'd lost her sense of self over the past 10 years because she was busy looking after 2 children and an elderly mother. And so she started the 5-a-day well-being practice every day. So on a mental perspective, she started to think positively. So she started to attract all the good things in her life because she started to think positively. On a heart level, because she wasn't feeling very happy, she talked to her husband about her feelings. She started to give gratitude about all the good things in her life. And she offered love and compassion to all the people around her. So she nourished her heart that way. And in terms of addressing her body and looking after her physical body, she started to go for a walk in nature every day. And she started a yoga class. And in terms of her relationships, she started to assert her needs. So she started to say what she needed and what she didn't need. And she started to reconnect with all her old friends, who were really, really supportive and who nurtured her and who held her during difficult times. And lastly, she loved cooking, like Seema, she loved cooking. So she started to share her unique talents. She started to cook and share her food with other people. And that gave her a purpose in her life and direction in her life. And so after a few weeks, her well-being increased and she felt more at peace with herself. And she continued to do this, and she continued to feel stronger and stronger and stronger in herself. So in summary, if you are not set by the screen just yet for the relaxation practice, I'd love you to join us for the relaxation practice that I'm going to take you through in a minute or so. So just sit by and sit back, and I'm going to take you through this relaxation practice in a minute. But to summarize what I've been saying so far, well-being is not just about physical health, but it's the balance between body, mind, soul, relationships, and the wider environment as well. And so we have to address each of those aspects every day to stay in balance. So you must nourish and rejuvenate all these aspects by following the 5-a-day rule, which is doing one thing to nourish your body, one thing to nourish your mind, one thing to nourish your soul, one thing to nourish your relationship, and one thing to nourish your life purpose every day. And you will always feel at peace and well and resilient and happy in your life, and successful as well in your life. So that's my presentation. That's the content of my presentation so far. And now I'm going to take you through this relaxation practice. I'm going to take you through 4 mini practices, and you can do these in combination, or you can do these in isolation. But the research says that when you do 10 minutes of this practice, it equals to 1 hour of the benefits of sleep. So if you get into the habit of doing this about 3 times a day, your well-being will shoot up, because you are getting the benefits of about 3 hours of sleep, and you will really, you will feel just as energetic at the end of the day as when you started off at the start of the day, because these techniques are natural, they're powerful, they don't cost anything, and you can practice them anywhere and anywhere. So you can practice them at home, you can practice them at work, in a meeting, on the bus, in the car, on the train, waiting in the queue in the supermarket. So there's absolutely no excuse for not doing these, because you can just sneak these techniques in into your daily life, no matter how busy you are. So now I'd like you to sit back wherever you are and uncross your arms and legs. And if you can, close your eyes. But if you feel you can't close your eyes, you can just lower your eyes. And take your attention into your body. You must pay attention to your body and any sign of imbalance that your body is giving you, and you must address this as soon as possible before things get worse. So every day, just get into the habit of going inside your body and watching out for the signs of imbalance. And now take your attention to your breathing. When you breathe in and out, there's a rise and fall in your chest and your belly. If you can, take the attention of your breathing deeper into your belly and just focus on the movement that your breath is making in your belly, the rise and fall of your breath as you breathe in and out. And this is the practice of mindfulness. And you can do this anytime. You can do this for 10 minutes. You can do this for 5 minutes. You can do this for 2 minutes. All you do is pay attention to the movement that your breath is making in your body. And now I'll take you through the body scan. It's also called progressive relaxation, where you relax each part of your body in sequence. So please take your attention to your face and relax your face. Relax your forehead, your eyes, your nose, your cheeks. Your lips are slightly parted, and relax your chin. Imagine a mask is slipping off your face and your face is completely relaxed. Now relax the back of your head and your neck. And now your shoulders. We hold a lot of tension in our shoulders, just to drop your shoulders and completely relax your shoulders. And relax your arms and your fingers flopping loosely on your thighs. And relax your chest and your belly. Relax the whole of your back from the top of your neck to the base of your spine. And allow this wonderful relaxation to flow down into the lower part of your body, into your pelvic area, your thighs, your knees, your lower legs, ankles, feet, and toes. Just let all the tension in your body slip down from your head to your toes, through the building, through the layers of the earth, and it's disappearing. And from the center of the earth, bring a beautiful bubble of white light back in reverse order into your body. Beautiful white light entering your toes, moving up your body, right up to your head, moving around you, outside your body, creating a beautiful bubble of white light around you. And again, you can do this very quickly. Just always visualize a bubble of white light around you. And the white light is always nourishing every cell in your body, keeping it healthy and well. And the last little technique is meditation. And there's nothing complex or complicated about meditation at all. You just choose a positive word. So it can be a relaxed, love, comfort, bliss. Traditionally in meditation, we use the mantra Om. So you can focus on the mantra Om. And just repeat this word silently in your mind for a few moments. And again, you can do this practice for 5 minutes or 10 minutes or 15 minutes or whatever time you have in the day. And just silently repeat the positive mantra Om. And when you do this, it's releasing all these beautiful vibrations in your body and around you. And now take a deep breath into your belly very slowly. Breathe out very slowly. Gently open your eyes. And come back to Healing Our Earth and to see Maggie and myself. I'm going to try and stop sharing now. So if anybody's got any questions, stop
That
sharing.
was so wonderful, Hansaji. In fact, when you asked us to pull the energy, white light from the earth back up, I got a tingling sensation and like jerking sensation in my shoulders.
Thank you. I'm just trying to stop sharing because I'm co-host.
It's fine. We are not seeing your presentation. We're seeing your lovely, beautiful
Yeah, so I
face.
think Nishit has closed my presentation. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you.
That was very, in fact, Lataji, one of our panelists, has said that was massively amazing, and I couldn't agree more. I think you can hear it in my voice that I'm feeling more relaxed. My voice has got this sleepy tone to it. I could just go down and lie down right now. I'd love to ask Nishitji how he felt with that wonderful meditation or the mindful exercise that we just had.
It was very.
So please remember that this what we just did is equivalent to about half an hour, 45 minutes of sleep. And so if you just do these little things in your day, these little relaxation practices in your day, and build up to about half an hour in your day, can you just imagine how much difference it would make to your well-being? And it doesn't cost anything at all, doesn't take a lot of time.
The topic for today is women's self-care, but I think these tips are applicable to everybody. So
of course, yeah, but especially women, because we are so busy and we don't keep time for ourselves. So all I'm saying is just make 2-3 minutes for yourself in the day. A good tip is at the top of the hour, so 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. Stop for 2 to 3 minutes and do some of this practice. And you will see that at the end of the day, you will feel just as energetic as you did at the start of the day.
I really enjoyed your 5-step process that you laid out on the slide. And I could totally relate to the case study of the lady that you shared. And her progress over the time was very encouraging to see. It just gives people an idea that, look, if you just take charge, if you take control of your own progress, there is a way out. You don't have to just give up and accept things as they are, but you can definitely have a better quality of life. You just need to take a little bit of positive action and perhaps buddy up with somebody to make sure that you get that done.
Yeah, I think another very important point is that if you want to be well and if you want to optimize your well-being, only you can do it. Nobody else can do it for you. So no matter how much somebody loves you, they can't exercise for you. They can't eat healthily for you. They can't meditate for you. So sometimes we expect other people to make us feel good and make us feel well, but actually only we can do that for ourselves. Because even if I love my husband to death, I can't eat healthily for him. I can't meditate for him. I can't exercise for him. Only he can do that for himself. So it's as women, it's remembering not to depend on somebody else for our well-being, because only, and in fact, this applies to everybody, as you say initially, because only you can influence your well-being, nobody else can.
Well, I'm going to say something else there. So my mom, bless her, she's recently got into this, how do I say it? She's recently discovered YouTube, and now she knows how to connect her phone onto the TV, and she can watch all these amazing videos. And one of the videos she sort of really enjoys watching is these exercise videos for seniors. So like chair and seated or standing exercises that
Yes.
cardiovascular, mind-body sort of coordination and all of those things. And so she's now enjoying it so much that she is actually roped me and my wife in. So we join her for about 35 to 40 minutes of exercise with her.
Well done for your mom.
And she's really getting enthusiastic. I mean, she's more energetic than me when she's doing it. So she's really stuck in. So it
I think
brings
that's
the
so
point.
cute.
So it brings the
See,
point
there
that
you go. There's no excuse for not paying attention to your
you
well-being.
got to do it yourself, but yet the point was that you can influence others to do it too. So she's
As
pushed
well.
me to it.
Yeah,
You know-
because it's like the ripple effect, isn't it? Because if you're all happy and bubbly, you're passing the energy to the next person and they pick it up, and the other way around as well.
And the next person is saying, what is he or she doing that's making her feel so happy and bubbly? Maybe I should be doing it as well. You know, it's like when you meditate and you have this sense of calm,
Yeah,
and people come into your presence and they feel that sense of calm, and they're like, what is it that you do that makes you feel makes you so serene and calm? And you say, oh, I meditate, and they say, I should try that as well. You know, all these little tools to develop that balance between the inner and outer world are so
Indeed.
important.
Yep. So we all know that exercise releases endorphins, the happy hormones, and you
Yes.
feel better and more energetic from it. So it's all good stuff. I mean, I totally agree with what Hansaben has said. Her approach is very, very rational, and I really enjoyed the way the content was laid out.
Absolutely.
She has it in a very simple manner.
but actually it is very simple. The myth with my clients is that if they're stressed and they want to build their well-being, they think they have to go and join the gym, and joining gym, it's good for people who can sustain it, but not everybody can afford it, not everybody has the time. Sometimes you need a really big chunk of time to drive to the gym, do an hour's exercise, have a shower, drive back, and it costs a lot of money as well, and not everybody has these resources. But really you can just integrate these simple things in your day that really not going to cost you anything at all. They're not going to take a lot of your time, but they will really, really boost your well-being in really major ways. And really, it is as simple as I'm saying, there's nothing complicated about it.
Sometimes this has brought to me to just think about things. For example, recently it took me, I think, about 3 weeks to schedule in a haircut. My hairdresser, bless him, is a lovely fellow. He's based in London. But to go down and see him and come back, that's a 4-hour trip. 4 hours that I don't have in my day. So it took me like 3 weeks to get that 4-hour slot. In the meanwhile, I wasn't really enjoying my hair because it was overgrown. And so this is, some of the other things that we need to look at and set aside some time. If you don't have the time, you need to make that time out. And maybe I'd overlooked this myself, but this is just coming back to me that I should have made time for myself.
Absolutely.
I'm so glad you brought in the concept of your haircut, because I, as you know, have studied Ayurvedic cosmetology, and I have studied Ayurvedic nutrition as well. So I could totally resonate with Roshali ji when she spoke of, Abhyanga massages.
The foot Abhyanga massage.
Pada Abhyanga, or a full body Abhyanga, and of course Udvartana, which is body scrubbing, and there's also body brushing, for your lymphatic system. And I think it's ancient wisdom has given us these tools, to take care of ourselves. We've forgotten about them along the way. And it's a whole package, like you said. You gave us this lovely body scan meditation just now. It made us more mindful of our body. There was a lot more awareness and energizing ourselves. Then, of course, there's self-care in the elements of nutrition, eating the right foods
according to our body type, as
according
said,
to your body type,
and the circadian rhythm.
We're a combination of all the 5 elements, air, water, fire, space, and air, water, fire, earth, and ether. But we also have to take, and these, of course, these elements manifest in our bodies as our doshas. So we have to eat as per our body type, number one. We must meditate. We must practice dinacharya. Waking up on time, right? Have these certain disciplines of the morning.
With the rhythm of the day and the season.
Follow the rhythms of the day, align
I think
ourselves.
you're making a really important point, Seemaji, and something that I want to mention is with the current cost of living and crisis, a lot of people can't afford gyms. The Western perspective is that we should go to spas and things like that, for our well-being. But our Ayurveda tradition shows us how we can do all those things at home, and they don't cost anything at all. So if you do the abhyanga or the massage, you do a self-massage yourself, you meditate, you eat according to your body type, you just go for a brisk walk in nature. All these things don't means that you don't really need to go to the spa or the gym, and they don't cost anything. So it really is just understanding that even though you haven't got a lot of money, you can still take very good care of yourself.
It's all available on the internet, number one.
Yeah.
Okay, number two, there are videos, there are at-home yoga videos like Nishit's mom's done. Okay, so there are techniques. If you can't go for an abhyanga massage, at least try brush for your lymphatic system. That's what I say, because I can't do an abhyanga massage every day, especially in the cold. I feel cold. Okay. The other thing is, a lot of us think we have to go to a spa. A lot of women like to go to spas. Okay, they like to go for a facial, etc. And I'm an Ayurvedic cosmetologist, but there's so much you can do at home.
At home, yeah.
There's so much. 75% of my routine and my products, 75% of my products are homemade. Vegan, so pure that you can actually eat them. I call it edible beauty. I call it my skin kitchen.
Yeah.
My skin kitchen, literally. So you can do everything yourself at home. I get my oils, I put in my 24 karat gold. I make my own serums, everything. You can do it yourself, but you have to, of course, have a little bit of knowledge of how to do it.
Take the time, and you have to
and it takes time. We're so driven by a convenient world. We're so driven by packaged foods. I am horrified. I'm sorry to say this. I moved to the UK in 2021 in the midst of the pandemic. I was horrified to see how many ready-made meals are being bought at the supermarkets every day.
So that's the next book that I'm writing about living sustainably at no cost, sustainable, which is the best of one world, which comes out in October. But basically, I'm covering all those things about well-being with all the climate change and everything happening in the environment. It is impacting on our well-being. So how can you live sustainably and boost your well-being at the same time? And it's paying attention to all those little things about eating naturally, not wasting food, not buying plastic laden packaged food, ready-made food, all that kind of simple things that will save you lots of money, but also boost your well-being at the same time.
Can I say something? You grew up in Africa, right? You grew up in Kenya, like me.
I did, yeah. So that's my memoir, Best of Three Worlds, that I've written about growing up in Africa.
So that takes me back to our roots and Nishit's roots as well, because to best of my knowledge, he's from Kenya too. And do you remember our moms would go to the Russian shop and buy the lentils by the kilo?
So my mom didn't even go to the Russian shop. So we had the people coming to the house.
Coming to the house, okay.
The
fine.
organic milk, organic vegetables, all the lentils and everything. Nothing was in plastic,
I remember.
Nothing was in plastic.
Nothing was in plastic.
We used to buy the lentils and then get them milled fresh.
Yes, our wheat for our chapatis used to come home. It used to get washed. It used to get dried on, I'll call it the gunias, the sacks, the gunias, which is the cycle.
There's no plastic at all.
Dry, then no plastic at all. And my mom would go, either the mama boga or the vegetable mama would come home with a basket of fresh vegetables. Or every Tuesday, my mom and her friends would go with the kikapus, which are huge sisal baskets. Which till today I find very sacred about Kenya. A lot of the ladies at home still take that sisal basket and they go to the vegetable market.
Yeah.
And they'll buy 3 kilos of, and families are big, so they buy 5 kilos of potatoes and 3 kilos, and then you'd come home and sort out everything and wash everything and then store it correctly. So we led a very sacred life,
We led a very eco-friendly,
it's
natural.
Still there to some extent in Africa.
It was natural living, and it was very eco-friendly.
And now we're all reading books about how to go back to that. Isn't that so ironic?
It is very ironic, yeah.
I'm
just wondering if any of your listeners have got any other questions.
I know Lataji had a question. She had raised her hand.
Yeah.
She wanted to say something.
Hi everybody.
Hello, Lataji. Lovely to meet you.
Nishit, hi, Hansa. Yeah, I really enjoyed your presentation, and
thank you.
Yeah, such a wealth of knowledge and so well presented, I must say.
Bless you, thank you.
Well done. And so, no, I was just going to mention about, how we've talk about treating ourselves these days and being convenient foods and all these things that are making us do the wrong stuff. Yeah, it's taking us away from your term of eco-friendly society, being in balance with nature and living the way nature intended us to live. And really, we're trying to pack too much in our day, aren't we? And going against nature. Really. And like you say, then we don't have that time. We pay the price by, losing out on what we should be doing, which is relaxation, meditation, relationships. So, yeah, I was just thinking, what was my question? Or was it my comment? How do you think it'll work when people are living in isolation? Because a lot of people are living alone these days. And that's quite a challenge because you need motivation, don't you, from each other?
Yeah.
And it's so nice if you can sort of have that exchange from your family, like Nishit said, his mother, and she was encouraging them. They showed her how to use YouTube, and wow, it's opened up a wonderful world for her, all this exciting stuff, and she's discovering. So now she's telling them to do it. So, it's so nice. But what about those ones who are living on their own?
Yeah, so if you go back to my presentation, I was talking about how important it is to socialize and be connected with other people. And so if you're living on your own, that will impact on your well-being, because that's not our natural state. Our natural state is to be part of a group and to belong to a part of a group. So if you're living on your own, it's really, really important that you reach out to other people. and form this social network around you. And just start with simple things like start talking to your neighbor, start talking to the person in the shop of the road, join a local class, like yoga or flower arranging or something where you will meet like-minded people and you will make friends who also have the same interest, and then slowly develop your social network. So when I do my training, I talk about having 9 people in your circle, three who can provide practical support, 3 who can provide emotional support, and 3 who can provide moral support. Because it's not just that we need support, we need different kinds of support as well. So the reason I say 9 is because at any given time, one of those 2 people are not going to be available. They're busy in their own lives, or they're away on holiday or something. It means that there'll be one person who can always give you practical support, one person who can always give you emotional support, and one person who can always give you moral support. So if you're living on your own, start reaching out and start making these social connections in different ways. Join online platforms. Just go to your local coffee shop and have a coffee on your own and get chatting to other people. Get chatting to people in the park. Join some kind of classes and groups, and then slowly develop your social network. So you have 9 people who can offer you these different kinds of support. Because having a like-minded group of people, research says that people who have a very strong support network are much healthier than people who don't, and have much higher levels of well-being than people who don't. So that the social aspect is really important for your well-being.
Absolutely. Human beings are social animals. Yeah.
We're not made to exist in isolation. We are made to be part of a group.
We are indeed, and it's so interesting that coming up to our future events, before I go on to what I was going to say next, we have our integrated health event, Transforming Healthcare, coming on the 19th of March, 2 p.m. 2 p.m. GMT onwards on 19 March 2023, and followed by a wonderful event of yoga and meditation on 26th March 2023, 2 p.m. BST onwards. We look forward to seeing you all there. And, speaking of well-being, wellness, and social animals, we are all social animals, and we do need to interact. What Lata said and what Lata addressed is very valid, because there are a lot of people who are living on their own these days. But Hansaji, I love what you said, like just go and sit in the park, or grab yourselves a cup of coffee, have a chat. And you'll be surprised. I find England very friendly, actually. If especially in Oxford, I would just go and sit on the park and someone would come and have a chat with me and say, lovely weather, isn't it? And look at the ducks over there. And I thought that was so sweet, it's so nice. And you could have a conversation with someone. So
unless any other of our audience have any questions, I'd like to take my leave, if that's okay.
Yeah, I have just one thing. It's not so much a question, but it's about this thing you said about going back to natural food and things like that. So I just like to share something that I'd read about the reason why this is important. So somewhere in the early 1900s, when industrialization came about in the USA and cities sprang up, what happened was people were traditionally having their own plots of land where they would grow their own food and produce. But as the cities grew up, that parcel of land was obviously done away with to grow, build a building or something, make way for something else. And so people then started moving towards convenience foods. That were packaged and so on and so forth. Now, things that are packaged normally have a shelf life. And to increase the shelf life, you have to remove some of the good organic stuff that comes in the plants and the food that goes into the product. So one of the main things that makes things go off is called lipids and sterols.
Yeah.
These oils that are really healthy for you, but then they get stripped off in the produce because they want to extend the shelf life.
Hmm.
And so if you have, for example, flour, if you remember, Seema, when we had bread way back, in Kenya, the bread wouldn't last maybe 2-3 days. It would start going moldy because that's
Very
that time
fast.
It was
Yeah,
fresh,
because
yeah.
if you check the
It
bread
didn't have
here,
the chemicals. Hmm.
yeah, here the bread is like bleached and the flour's bleached and all that, and that bread will stay on the shelf looking as good as it is for probably a week or two.
Yeah.
And so it's not really healthy.
Yeah.
And so the net result of this, the study found, was that because of a decline in the intake of lipids and sterols, which are basically great for your energy levels, that's the reason why the population was saying, as soon as they hit around 30, 35, they have this thing that they lose energy because the body doesn't have that thing.
That
So
lipid,
we don't understand the impact of our actions of taking all this ready-made processed stuff until
Yeah.
much later in life. So
So this
I
is
think-
why you should try and grow your own vegetables and buy local produce as best as you can. So try and buy the produce that has got the least travel miles and the least packaging, and buy locally grown. So go to farmers markets, go to your local farm shops, buy the loose produce if you have got no choice, but you have to go to the supermarket. But grow your own, try and start growing your own.
Mansaji, I'm sorry, my mom would go to the wet market in Kenya, the vegetable market, because it was cheaper than the
Yeah,
supermarket. But these days, the supermarket is cheaper than the wet market, the vegetable
Yeah.
market. You see, so there's so much going. I mean, I don't mean to sound contrary, but everything has to be sustainable. And
Hmm.
I think everybody has to take baby steps towards everything they're doing.
Yeah,
And start prioritizing their well-being, like you said, with those fundamental 5 points that you gave us that are so valuable.
Hmm.
And you made it so simple, for us.
Yep.
Yeah, it
Thank you.
is simple. And in my book, I say that to live sustainably, it takes the whole planet. And if you imagine the planet as this big picture, and we're all these little pixels, in that big picture, and if each of those pixels start to change, so even if you do something very minute, that pixel will change, the shape will change, and then it'll change the next one and the next one and the next one. And then slowly the big picture begins to change, so we all have to do those little things to change the big picture. And all of us can do, simple things. It's not rocket science. And so in my Best of One World, I'm kind of mapping the 50 things that I did. And honestly, some of these things are challenging. Some things you might not be able to keep up with these things, but that's fine. You just keep going, and you do whatever you can. And slowly, we begin to change the shape of the big picture, and then slowly the whole picture will change. But it'll take a bit of time, but we all have to do our little bit for it to change, for it to overall change. So it's about all of us taking responsibility. But the most important thing is that because we're talking about well-being and health today, this is not just about sustainability. It really does impact on our well-being, because if we are made up of the 5 elements that the planet is made of, if the planet changes, it changes us within ourselves as well, and it impacts on our well-being as well. So even if you don't think about it in terms of sustainability, you think about it in terms of your well-being and make those changes, and I think the best thing is that it will save you lots of money as well, because when you live sustainably,
Yes.
you appreciate a minimalistic, simple life,
Yes.
and when you live a minimalistic, simple life, you save a lot of money, you boost your well-being, and you contribute to to the health of the planet as well. So you contribute to your own health, but the health of the planet as well.
And less is more.
Less is more, absolutely.
Less is more. I couldn't agree more. That was fantastic. Thank you so much, Hansaji.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm sorry I'll have to leave now. So
we loved having you, and you always give us so much valuable insight. Thank you so much for joining us on Healing Our Earth today. And
it's been an absolute pleasure, and thank you for giving me the opportunity again. So global namaste to everybody, and bless you all.
Global namaste. And before we sign off, I believe, Nishit, you're going to give us a nice, wonderful summary of everything today.
Absolutely. What a wonderful session we had today on women and self-care. So we began by discussing the importance of women's self-care and how it can have a positive impact on the overall health and well-being. We explored several aspects of women's self-care, including physical self-care, emotional and mental self-care, and natural well-being techniques as well. For physical self-care, we discussed key practices that women can incorporate into their self-care routine, including regular exercise, healthy eating, getting enough sleep, and taking care of their skin and hair. We also discussed specific considerations for women during different stages of their life, such as pregnancy, menopause, and later on in life. For emotional and mental self-care, we explored several different strategies that women can use to support their emotional and mental health, such as mindfulness, meditation, and self-love practices. We also discussed practical challenges or specific challenges that women may face in this area, such as stress, anxiety, and negative self-talk. And finally, we talked about natural well-being techniques and how they can support women's physical, emotional, and mental well-being. We discussed several examples of natural remedies and practices that women can use, such as herbal remedies. We looked at Ayurveda, we looked at mindfulness and various different things like that. And throughout these topics, we emphasized the importance of a holistic approach to a woman's self-care and the need for women to prioritize their own well-being in order to live a healthy, happy, and fulfilling life, translating into happy communities around us. So before we end, I'd just like to take a moment to thank our hosts. We've got Seema Ben here and the very capable Dr. Hani Kalaria for hosting a most amazing afternoon. And of course, the wonderful presenters who took the time out of their busy days to come and share their tips, tricks, and techniques with us. And your dedication to promoting health and well-being for women is truly inspiring. And we appreciate all the hard work that went into organizing this event. And also, just as we draw to a close, I'd like to remind viewers to please join us next week on the session, which is going to be on integrated health, where we're talking about transforming healthcare, which will start at the usual time, 2 o'clock on Sunday, March the 19th. So we encourage everybody to continue learning and exploring ways to prioritize their own health and well-being. And back to you, Dr. Seemaji. You're muted.
We must not forget you, Nishitji. Thank you so much for being at the back end always and being a great supporter of Healing Our Earth. I'd like to thank everybody in our family at Healing Our Earth, our founder and director, Mr. Neil Kumar, our senior host, Hani Kalaria, and there's so many of us. Our list is very, very long. So if I don't say your name, please forgive me, but thank you all very much. And last but not least, but most importantly, I'd like to thank every one of you out there who join us every Sunday for our events that make this happen, because if it wasn't for you all, we wouldn't be. So thank you all so, so much. I think, Nishit, I will bring this to a close now with 3 Gayatri mantras and 1 Loka Samasta. Once again, thank you very much. Have a wonderful onward Sunday. Stay safe, stay well, stay blessed. Om Bhuva Swaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi धियो यो न प्रचोदयात् ॐ भुवस्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात् ॐ भुवस्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात् लोका समस्ता सुखिनो भवन्तु ॐ शान्ति 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 Damo